Good morning. Today is Wednesday, March 10th, 2021. I would like to call to order a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. Before we start the bulk of our meeting, I'd like to ask Attorney General Ed Hamrick to summarize our executive session from earlier today.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Ed Hamrick, and I'm Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. This morning, the Land Board was in executive session to discuss the four matters that were noticed on its agenda, specifically attorney-client communications related to Ag Lease 113547 and 101305 in Logan County, an update on access claims related to the Wilson Mesa School Trust parcel in San Miguel County, and an overview of the LEAP ballot initiative proposal. Those items were authorized for executive session under 24-64023A2 and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statute. The board also discussed a real estate matter that the premature disclosure of information may provide a unfair competitive advantage adverse to the school trust. That matter is the T Branch acquisition and was authorized for executive session under 24-64023A1 of the Colorado Revised Statute. No decisions were reached in executive session, and the board is now back in public session to proceed with its regular agenda.
Great. Thank you, Ed. As we start the meeting, I do want to just note that we have moved the agenda item named Stewardship Trust Replacement, which is tab 6 in the board notebook. We have moved that to an upcoming meeting in order to give staff time to review a few of the specific comments the board received about the topic. So item 2A, our final action item 2A, has been removed from our agenda today. I imagine it will be a future agenda item. Given that, our first order of business is to take open public comment on non-agenda items. And so I would invite attendees of our meeting today, if you would like to make comment on non-agenda items, this would be the time. And to clarify, Stewardship Trust Replacement is now no longer an agenda item. So if you wish to make comment on that today, we're certainly welcome you to do so. You should have a raise hand feature. And if you would like to address the commission at this time, again, on non-agenda items, just raise your hand and we'll work on bringing you forward.
I'm not seeing any hands raised, Commissioner.
Okay, all right. So we'll move along to announcements. Director Ryan.
Thank you, Commissioner Butterworth. No announcements.
Okay. For our commissioners, any comments or announcements for the good of the cause? Okay. Thank you. Our next item is Department of Natural Resources report. Mr. Vilsack.
Oh, there we go.
There he is.
That was turned off there for a second.
Yeah.
Good to see you all again. Thanks for having me here this morning. Doug Vilsack, Assistant Director for Parks, Wildlife, and Lands at DNR. Just kind of quick update, as I feel like I do at the beginning of all these calls. Obviously, COVID-19, kind of one of our key priorities still at the state. We're making great progress when it comes to vaccinations. We've vaccinated 74% of Coloradans 70 and older, which is our kind of main focus because we've seen 78% of COVID-related deaths come from that age group. We're also at 59% for Coloradans age 65 to 69. And I have vaccinated 90% of our pre-K to 12th grade teachers, which is fantastic progress as we move down this road. COVID numbers, as I'm sure some of you keep an eye on as well, have been trending down. And at this point are to some extent kind of plateauing or leveling off, which I think seems to indicate that while vaccinations and things like that are helping, we still probably as spring comes and people want to get out of their houses are probably needing to focus on masking and social distancing even more than ever as we get everybody in our state vaccinated. So just to make that plug, keep being diligent, all of us,
Yes.
even our state land board members. Other comings and goings at DNR, obviously the legislative session is in full swing. So working on a number of initiatives there. Just last week, the legislature approved $20 million in general fund for state parks infrastructure projects at 11 state parks around the state. So we're very excited about that, including investments in the build out of Fisher's Peak. Some of you may remember we struggled for months and months last year and secured $1 million to start that process at Fisher's Peak. And now we'll actually be able to finish that initial build out there with these funds from legislature. So we're very, very appreciative of the sponsors and the JBC for working on that for us. We also kind of in addition or related to that are continuing to work on a proposal to really shore up funding in the long term for our state parks system and avoid coming back and asking for more general fund like this in the future. So working on a process where people can basically have a state parks pass and maybe even a pass that gets them into properties beyond state parks attached to the car registration system, similar to what the state of Montana and the state of Michigan and I believe Idaho as well already have in existence. So working diligently on that, and I expect we'll see a bill before the end of the session. And then another key priority for us in the legislature is forest health, wildfire. So a lot of conversations going on, not only about funding, what we can do kind of on the state side, but kind of the structure of how we do kind of wildfire mitigation and things like that in the state. Obviously a huge priority after the events of last summer. So that's kind of what's going on with the legislature for us. Other agencies or divisions at DNR, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, as we've mentioned, I think on most of these meetings as well, deeply delving into wolves. We now have an RFP out to bring in a consultant to manage what will be a process to kind of engage the public and to get feedback from the public about how to go about implementing Proposition 114. We will convene a stakeholder advisory group that we're kind of have applications or have a request for applications out now. And then as well, a technical advisory group which will deal with kind of the science behind what we're doing and how reintroduction will work. So CPW and the Parks and Wildlife Commission is deeply engaged in that process. Just related to CPW, I know the public access program is on the agenda today. Just express appreciation for all of you kind of working on that over the past few years. I think this is the culmination of what we really have been working on to try to get the public more access to state trust lands, and just really appreciate all the work of the state land board and staff as well to kind of iron out how that process works and make sure CPW is engaging with existing leaseholders and things like that. I think we've got a good process and kind of multiple touch points now. If landowners have concerns or challenges with any of the properties that are being enrolled or kind of how access is going on those properties. So I think we've had some great conversations with the agriculture community on how to make sure that works well for everybody. So that's CPW. On the waterfront, always just eyeing the snowpack. I think it's always kind of up and down at the end of the day. We saw some good snow in February, and then the last couple of weeks, of course, have been very, very dry, and then theoretically snowmageddon this weekend. So I think right now we stand at 85% snowpack. Who knows, maybe we'll bump up significantly this weekend, or maybe it'll just rain. Never know this time of year. So keeping an eye on that. And of course, implicates the Avalanche Information Center too. It's been a really challenging year for Ethan and our folks with the Avalanche Information Center. The snowpack has just been terrible. So they've really been working a lot on messaging and are even now trying to put some additional funding together to do kind of additional messaging on TV, kind of online, just to make people aware of how challenging the snowpack is this year, and that even those places where they may have skied and not worried about it too much in the past are very dangerous this year. So, and then lastly, the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, I think Jeff covered the 181 process very well last meeting. I guess since then, the COGCC continues to work on implementing Senate Bill 181 and those new rules. The new professional commission was confirmed by the Senate a couple weeks ago, so those commissioners are now formally in place. And they're now turning, I know, to financial assurance and some of those other issues that were required to be addressed by Senate Bill 181. And then lastly, of course, a huge priority of DNR is working with the incoming federal administration. Kind of lots of things going on at the federal level. So kind of monitoring a flurry of executive orders that touch our world around oil and gas, climate change, land conservation. So keeping an eye on that. I think one of particular interest for the State Land Board is the in lieu lands process that we've been working on for a number of years, which was stalled out in the last administration. Seems to be moving forward again, and they'll turn back to that, completing that environmental assessment as well, to try to get that process moving forward. So that's some good news, I think, early on in our interactions with this administration. So that's about all I have. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions for Doug?
Doug,
Commissioner Heath?
the regional director's been appointed, like EPA or others?
Some of them have, the regionals, you mean just kind of for Region 8?
Right.
I have to look into that. I don't know if they've appointed Region 8 yet. There are some kind of folks that have held over from the last administration in some of those roles. I usually kept an eye more on kind of the BLM and Forest Service and those types of things. I'm not quite sure about EPA Region 8, but I can look into that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Good. All right, thanks for the update, and I know you do a lot more real support for land board issues, so appreciate your continued work on that.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item, we move on to business to come before the board. We have a request for review. That's tab 5. And Wilbur, I believe you're on tap to present.
Are you guys seeing my screen?
Not yet. We can hear you though, so
Okay, you
that's
should be now.
There we go.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Present to you today a request for review for AG lease 113-547. I want to take a little time here to introduce, since this is a request for review, we do have a couple of guests that are going to be presenting at the end of my presentation. And those will be the McKay brothers. We should have Travis McKay and Chris McKay, and I believe their attorney, Mr. Sandberg. And then after them, we will have Micah Sonnenberg with C Quarters Circle. I believe he wants to say a few words too. I'll give you a little staff summary and background and our process and a recommendation. And then we'll hear from the McKays and C Quarters Circle. So the C Quarter Circle Ranch, the lease that we're talking about, is located out here in Logan County, kind of right in this area right here. It's about 11,000 acres. A little closer view here, this red area is the C Quarter Circle ranch. This part that is enclosed in here is C Quarter Circle owns this. We have I-76 that runs right across here, and then Highway 6 here. 61 that kind of falls here, and then the city of Sterling is kind of more over in this area, and the correctional facility, I think you guys drove past that the last time we had a tour out here, is located right here. So staff received a competitive bid on July 31st from the McKay brothers in the amount of this $134,000 or $32 per AUM. And that was well within the 180 days that had to be received. That fell on August 5th, so they were well within that time period. We notified our lessee on August 28th. We had for some reason, there was a little trouble getting notice from him. We got it returned to us several times as it was just undeliverable. We're not quite sure what was going on there, but we've seen that happen on some other things we've been mailing recently. So we did get it to him. We sent it FedEx is how we were able to get it to him on September 8th, and he received the notice of the competitive bid on September 24th. So he had 10 days to begin negotiations on his after receiving the letter. And we received his letter, or he returned his notice that he wanted to begin negotiations on October 7th. And he submitted the amount of $85,000 or $20.55 per AUM. And that was not meeting the bid, it was a little bit below. We determined that when he dropped that off, it was a timely bid due to our offices are closed part of the time due to COVID, and so we determined that it was a on time is what we determined. I wanted to go back to CRS 118. So it states that the board shall not lease land currently leased for agriculture or grazing to anyone other than the present lessee for agriculture or grazing uses unless lessee and board fail to agree on lease terms. The lessee does not wish to renew, or the lessee has failed to comply with any provisions of the lease. So in this case, with him not meeting the amount of the $134,000, he bid 85. The board and the lessee failed to agree right here on the lease terms of that part. He wished to renew, and he did comply with all the other leases. It was just strictly this terms of the lease that he did not fall in. So the next step would have been a staff conducted field interviews, and we do this with both the current lessee and the competitive bidder. So during this time, we take a look at a property that they manage, and for our lessee, this is the state lease that we go ahead and look at. And for the competitors, the McKay brothers, we go and look at their deeded property and other leased property that they may have to see how they manage things. We visit with them about what their plans are for the state lease, if they want to change anything like that. We try to gather all that during this interview, and we try to figure out how they're going to take care of our property and if they're going to. And in this case, I mean, staff found that both people were they were very good. They're both good stewards, and they both had a lot of really good ideas on what they wanted to do on the state lease. So after we do the interviews, the staff, there's two of us, we each score them independently back at our own offices. And we came up with this as our scores. And I wanted to point out here that since we didn't agree on the terms, if you look at this score sheet here, on the financial area, that is the big difference right there, because that term was not agreed on. The stewardship, I mean, you're looking at a couple points difference. Actually, the C quarter circle, Sonnenbergs, actually scored a couple points higher. And on the community, it's the same way there. But yeah, the big difference was this financial and things, because we did not agree on those terms there.
Wilbur, really quick, at this point, when you say we did not agree on the terms, it was simply his bid came in lower.
Yes, that is exactly correct. Since his bid did not match the highest bid that we had, which was the McKay brothers, yes, we didn't agree on the terms that we could just, because if you would have matched it, it would have just automatically been renewed to him.
Okay.
But since he didn't, we had to go through this process here. So after we finished with the scoring, and it came out to be that the McKay brothers were the higher score, we recommended that the lease be awarded to the McKay brothers. Now, when the letter was sent out, it clearly states that board approval is required for that to be a final decision. C Quarter Circle submitted a request for review, and in their request for review, they had an offer to now match what the McKays had bid there. Staff went over that, and we confirmed that their offer did fall within the 90 days. It was picked up after that, and staff confirmed it right after the 90 days. But since they made us that offer in the 90 days, we had to consider that offer. So back to CRS 118, this part here that's in the highlighted part there, the lessee and board failed to agree on the lease terms. Now, since they agreed to match that bid, now that is not an issue now. The board and the lessee now agree on the lease terms. So then staff went back to recommend that the lease be awarded to C Quarter Circle now that they agreed to the lease terms. And this also requires board approval. So with that said, staff recommends that the board uphold the staff recommendation to award the new 10-year agriculture lease to Mr. Micah Sonnenberg and C Quarter Circle Ranch. Do you guys, as a board, have any questions or comments for me now before we move into hearing from the McKay brothers and C Quarter Circle?
Wilbur, I do. Just, I guess, in my mind, with the 118, so I understand our process. We put it out. We received the competitive bid. It was my understanding that somehow in our process, we, when we say the existing lessee has the opportunity to match the bid, how is that conveyed to the lessee? Because the way you presented this, it seemed to me that we received a competitive bid. The current lessee doesn't know what that bid is. And then we asked the lessee to make a bid. In this case, it was lower than what we received. Is there, when does the current lessee know, is it on the current lessee to say, oh, I haven't met that bid? What is that bid? And now let me match it?
Okay, so Commissioner, the way it works is when we send out the notice to them about that they have a competitive bid, as long as they don't have any violations against them, which C Quarter Circle did not, the bid amount that we have against them is wrote right in the letter. It told them that there was a bid in the amount of $134,000, and I can't remember the last part, but whatever that was.
Sure.
And
okay.
And then it gives them a sheet of paper on the very next page that states, please submit your highest and best offer on that sheet. And so they just fill in whatever they want to. So they know the amount when at the very beginning, they know that amount that's being bid, so they can either match it or they can submit a different amount, which triggered us to go through that whole process because they did not meet all the lease terms because they didn't match it. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any others? Okay.
Okay.
I will skip to the next slide, and I guess if the McKay brothers would like to present here, it is their option to do that now.
It appears Mr. Sandberg has raised his hand.
Commissioner, I just want to throw out a note to our participants who are wishing to participate. When we promote you to panelist, which brings you up on video and audio, your screen may say that you're being reconnected to the meeting, or it may blink a few times. Just hang tight and you'll be reconnected to the meeting in a minute.
So we're bringing Mr. Sandberg forward.
This is Greg Okish. Wilbur, while we're letting others speak, I don't know if you need to keep the slides up. You could probably turn them off for a while.
Okay, I will unshare my screen, Greg.
So Mr. Sandberg has rejoined as panelist.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Sandberg.
Hello. Can you see me?
No,
Hold
we
on.
can hear you.
It looks like you've got a camera slider covering your camera.
1 second.
Did I unshare my screen, Greg?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we're getting video, some video, Mr. Sandberg. It's frozen.
Mr. Sandberg, if you can hear us, we can't hear or see you.
There we go. Okay, you're on mute, sir. There we go.
Can you see and hear me now?
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Please
Sorry
introduce
for
yourself for the record.
my name is Scott Sandberg. I am the attorney representing McKay Brothers. I'd like to make a statement concerning some of the legal and some of the factual aspects, and then Travis McKay would like to talk about their application and their operation and some of the more details more centered toward McKay Brothers.
Great.
Thank you. On behalf of McKay Brothers, we would like to thank the staff for its diligence in evaluating McKay Brothers' application, and we would like to thank the commissioners for its consideration and attention to our request for review. McKay Brothers asks only for a fair and competitive bid process as outlined in the board's policies, meaning that the statute and the board policies are followed and that no party receives undue favoritism or prejudice. The timeline that is submitted within our request for review is largely consistent with the timeline in the staff's statement in the packet and given today. And we appreciate the staff's detail and candor in preparing and presenting that timeline. However, there are some facts and some clarifications that do not appear in the timelines. First of all, some facts and some clarifications are needed as to McKay Brothers. McKay Brothers offered the higher lease rate starting in its first communication with the board in its July 2020 application, and McKay Brothers never wavered in offering the higher amount. They did not need to hem and haw over whether they could actually afford the higher rate or whether the higher rate made sense for their operation or whether they could wait out applicants with lower rates. And that is a key distinction between the two applications that goes beyond just matching a dollar amount of a competing application. There is no questioning McKay Brothers' commitment and willingness to pay the rate that maximizes benefits to Colorado school children. McKay Brothers is the superior applicant. It had better scores for grass diversity and management, and Mr. Travis McKay can talk a little more about that. But also McKay Brothers met every single deadline. As it relates to the deadlines that appear in every communication from the staff or the board relating to renewal, starting with its communication back in April of last year, every deadline that appears in the statute, both the 90-day and the 10-day statute, CQCR or C-Quarter Circle failed to meet any of those deadlines, either missing them outright or not meeting them with the diligence or without the coddling and assistance that one would expect to renew a multi-million-dollar 10-year lease that funds schools. Some facts and clarifications are needed as to C-Quarter Circle. The staff informed them, Sea Quarter Circle, of the lease expiration in April 2020. And that renewal notice was due by May 2020. And Sea Quarter Circle did not comply with that deadline. The address used by the staff to mail notices was provided by Sea Quarter Circle. This was not some address taken from a public directory or something the staff came up with. This was the address that Sea Quarter Circle gave them to use. And this wasn't some error by the Postal Service or anything else. This was a certified mail coming that had just been refused 2 different times. And the second point of clarification is that Sea Quarter Circle has called its own commitment and willingness and ability to fund this lease into question, both in its request for review and in the memorandum prepared by the staff detailing conversations with Sea Quarter Circle. They've raised concerns about their own operations ability to fund that, about their ability to do that in light of down markets. And so, and a very important clarification is Sea Quarter Circle did not miss its 10-day deadline to begin negotiations, which they absolutely did not begin negotiations with 10 days. That didn't happen because of COVID or because of the Mother Cabrini holiday. The Sea Quarter Circle has been very clear in its communications and very honest about why it did not reply within the time, or begin negotiations rather, within the time required by section 36(1)(118). And that was because and this is a quote, 10 days was not enough time to make a good decision with this size of operation. When they did submit a bid, they submitted a bid for only 84 or 85,000, knowing McCabe Brothers had bid over 134,000. And they blamed the market for the low bid and the missed deadlines. But I'm sure everyone on this call knows that Sea Quarter Circle operates in a volatile market. So does McCabe Brothers. And that was true before the deadlines were missed, and that will be true for the entirety of the next lease term. Sea Quarter Circle did not submit a competing bid by December 23rd. If you look at Exhibit 15 to our request and packet and Exhibit 3 rather in the packet, what that shows is that Sea Quarter Circle submitted a request for review with no monetary offer in there. It only hints at a possible future monetary offer if necessary, if the staff or the board would not accept the $85,000 offer. There's not even a dollar sign. A dollar symbol does not appear anywhere in that request for review. Some facts and clarifications are needed regarding the staff and the process the staff followed. The staff represented in writing to McCabe Brothers in August of last year that a competing bid notice was received by Sea Quarter Circle as of August 28th. They sent 3 different notices to the same address given by Sea Quarter Circle, which in my experience is an unheard of practice. And then the staff did take it upon itself to develop an excuse or the missed 10-day deadline. Again, Sea Quarter Circle has never offered COVID or a holiday as that deadline. And all the holiday did was give Sea Quarter Circle 12 days instead of 10, because the actual deadline fell on a Sunday. So they had that additional Sunday, they had the holiday, then it was due on Tuesday, the 12th day, and they did not submit it that day. As conceded, the staff recommended awarding the lease to McCabe Brothers, and it informed McCabe Brothers of that decision a couple months before the new lease term began. And then the staff reneged, or as they said, backed up that decision with just a month before the lease was supposed to begin. Now, it's our understanding that this kind of backing up isn't something that happens regularly, and it's our understanding from McCabe Brothers' communications with the staff that, to anyone's knowledge, nothing like this never has happened before, because this kind of a U-turn can be devastating to an applicant and operator like McKay Brothers. So some facts and clarifications are needed as to the adverse effects of the staff, of what the staff's decision would have on McKay Brothers. Even though the award to McKay Brothers required final board approval, McKay Brothers still had a very short window to prepare to take over the lease. And I'm sure everyone in this meeting understands that during that short window, McKay Brothers needed to end certain obligations that were associated with its prior operations without the lease, and to take on new obligations that would accompany the new lease. That's just what you have to do, and you've got a short time to do it. And so when the staff communicates that McKay Brothers is the recommended, lessee, and that they're recommending it be awarded to McKay Brothers, they need to start moving. And that's what they did. And Travis McKay is going to explain this a little more, but we're not here just because McKay Brothers didn't get the benefit of the lease. We're here because the manner in which the lease was handled has devastated McKay Brothers. Our position about existing lessee rights, and I think there is some dispute as to the staff's position about those rights under section 36-118. And our position is as follows. The statute does give existing lessee enhanced notice rights. And the statute gives existing lessees the chance to match competing offers, as long as it is done within strict statutory deadlines. And McKay Brothers didn't have that enhanced notice, and they didn't have the competing bid right, but they didn't have the deadlines either, that they followed the deadlines that were incumbent upon them. But after that enhanced notice, and after the the chance to make a competing bid, there is no requirement that the board agree to the lessee's terms. That is entirely up to the board. And the statute does not give existing lessees an absolute right to a new lease. It doesn't give them a presumptive right or any kind of favoritism. There's nothing in the language, it's probably in front of everyone here, of 36-118 saying there's that kind of favoritism. There, you get notice of a competing offer, you get 10 days to start negotiations, 90 days to finish, and you get the chance to arrive at a lease with the board. And that is it. The statute does not and cannot undermine the competitive application process provided for in the board's policies. And requiring that existing lessees be favored in such a way that they are given every single procedural opportunity, notice after notice, contrived deadline extensions, and contrived, turning requests for review into bids, it undermines all of that, undermines the policy. The Colorado Supreme Court, in the case we cited in our request for review, has held that an existing lessee who fails to follow legal requirements is not entitled to preferential treatment, and that is precisely the situation that you have before you. Our position concerning the 10-day deadline in section 36-118 is as follows. There is no dispute that Seaquarter Circle missed that deadline, and that they missed this deadline knowing that it existed. It couldn't have been more clear and spelled out in the communication that I think Commissioner Butterworth asked about. It unequivocally said, if you do not respond in 10 days, you will have no further opportunity to negotiate negotiate against the competitive lease application. And they knew about it, and they chose not to submit a competing bid within it. And they did so because it was a tough decision for them in light of their operations and the market. Now, the reality is CQR, or C-Quarter Circle, had months, not days, to make up its mind. And they were given notice of the renewal and the renewal date 10 years earlier when they signed the first lease. They were given in April of 2020 notice that it was coming up, and they were sent and apparently refused 2 separate notices in early August. But setting all that aside, the language of 36-1-118 is clear. When the General Assembly says 10 days, it means 10 days. And neither McKay Brothers, nor C-Quarter Circle, nor the staff get to substitute their judgment for the General Assembly's judgment. And there's no point in having deadlines like Section 36-1-118's 10-day deadline if those kind of deadlines are going to be treated the way they were treated here. If I emphasize nothing else, I want to emphasize that going forward, every time an applicant fails to comply with this or other deadlines, then this case will be the precedent for bending the deadline or extending it based on known external factors like holidays or pandemics or other world events, even if those known external factors didn't actually cause the applicant to miss the deadline, because that is what happened here. The 10-day deadline itself will have no meaning anymore if this becomes the precedent. Our position concerning Section 36-1-118's 90-day deadline is as follows. Both the General Assembly and this board prescribe processes for lease negotiations, and they prescribe processes for requesting review of decisions after negotiations are concluded. And there is no question negotiations were concluded. There is a memorandum from the staff recounting the conversation with CQCR, in which they informed correctly CQCR that their opportunity to negotiate ended when they submitted the lower $85,000 bid. There are these 2 processes, and tangling those 2 processes together, saying one counts as the other, or a request is a bid or a bid is a request, that invites arbitrary and capricious decisions. The board actually prescribes a form for lease negotiations. There's an actual form that was submitted to C-Quarter Circle, and that form requires a bid in a specific dollar amount. It doesn't require statements about why you think the other competing applicant is bad or background or anything else. It requires a specific dollar amount. The board also prescribes a form for request for review that both McKay Brothers has now filled out, and so has C-Quarter Circle at one point in time. And that form does not require a bid or a dollar amount. And on December 7th of last year, C-Quarter Circle submitted a request for review, not a bid. The request came in the board's form for request for review, not for bids. And nowhere, as I said before, in that form is there even a dollar sign. Instead, C-Quarter Circle in that document castigated the board for trying to, as they say in that document, make a couple of extra bucks. And it asked the board again to accept the $85,000 offer. And then it hints that it might match the bid, and this is a quote, if necessary. That is a conditional, non-monetary possibility in a form prescribed for reviewing decisions that have already been made, rather than making bids to help the board make a decision. No court looking at that request for review would ever conclude that it was a bid. After submitting its request for review, C-Quarter Circle let the 90-day deadline, December 23rd, come and go. And after that, once again, for the second time, Section 361118 barred an award of the lease to Sea Quarter Circle. Our position concerning the board's policies is as follows. This board has implemented policies requiring a competitive market for leasing, for consistent administration of assets, and for protecting assets through lessees that can meet their obligations. The actions on this lease to date, starting with allowing the Sea Quarter Circle to submit its application after the 30-day deadline in the April letter, including 3 separate notices after the first 2 were refused, allowing, for reasons not even offered by Sea Quarter Circle, that applicant to miss the 10-day deadline, unduly, hand-holding them through the request for review process, deciding to turn a request for review into a bid, and then pulling the rug out from McKay Brothers at the last minute. All of those things undermine a competitive market for leasing or a consistent administration of assets. And I'll end where I began as far as the financial factors, and considered by the staff, and the board's policies of protecting assets through lessees that can meet their obligations. McKay Brothers has never wavered and never given anyone any reason to believe they cannot meet the lease rate, the higher lease rate offered. And Sea Quarter Circle has given every indication that this is a very tough thing for them to do. They waited out the deadline because of that. Both the market and their own operations, they have, honestly and candidly said, make it tough to make this kind of an offer. And there are 10 years of this lease. And so, again, we thank the board and the staff for the good work they do for the state and school children of Colorado. And we hope that that work guides the board to award the lease to McKay Brothers. And I'd like to turn the time over to Travis McKay now.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberg. Mr. McKay, if you raise your hand, we can identify you and bring you forward.
Okay.
Got him, Nick?
Yep. Mr. McKay, you're being promoted to panelist, so you can address the commission.
Welcome, Mr. McKay. It appears you're here, you're on mute, and your video is not on. There we go. Welcome, and if you would, just introduce yourself or selves for the record before you make comment. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Travis McKay, and this is my brother, Chris McKay. I have a statement to talk about our operation and the events that we've been through with the application process. McKay Brothers is a partnership between the two of us. We're lifelong residents of Logan County. We attribute our success in business to a strong work ethic taught to us by our grandfather, Ernest Roth. He taught us that your word is your sacred bond, a handshake is a contract, and that you can get anything you want in life if you're willing to make sacrifices and work hard. Our operation is self-made and started in 2006. When we started our business, we used money we saved from working in town and bought 10 bred heifers and rented a 50-acre flood-irrigated farm south of Sterling. We both worked full-time jobs off the farm and ran a few cows and grew crops in the summer. Our operation continued to grow as time passed. In 2012, we began to implement rotational grazing on our rangeland, and we witnessed the benefits of a rest rotation on native grasses. We have dedicated many hours to the study of plant identification and ecology to learn how to improve the health of our pastures. Watching our pastures improve has strengthened our conservation ethic, and we have incorporated these practices into all parts of our operation. Improving soil and rangeland health requires us to pay attention to small details in our operation. We know the daily cost to run our cows if they are on afterfeed or native grass. Each day's cost is accounted for, and we feel this attention to detail has contributed to the success of our operation. Our current operation is highly diversified. It consists of 485 acres of irrigated farmland, a 900 head background feed yard operation, and we've grown our cow herd to 350 head of breeding stock. We currently lease 5,300 acres of privately held rangeland to run our cow herd on. We have managed grasslands in varied settings from river bottom to upland hardgrass to deep sands and choppy sands. The pastures that we rent now are scattered throughout Logan County, Colorado, and Cheyenne and Kimball County, Nebraska. One of our business long-term goals is to consolidate our operations into one location. Obtaining this lease helps us achieve this goal. This will also allow us to implement a single combined grazing plan, and the main objective of the plan on the lease is to return the property to its highest potential grass production. When we first began to develop the competitive bid amount we submitted for the lease, I talked to Northeast District Manager Wilbur Strickert. He helped explain the competitive bid process and the steps that were needed to submit a bid on an expiring lease. He recommended that we make sure our offer was received a week prior to the 180-day deadline so that the staff would have time to review our bid packet and they could notify us if we left anything out. He emphasized the importance of getting everything done before the deadline. He cautioned me that if the application was one day late, it would not be accepted. Chris and I reviewed our current grazing costs and operating costs, verified the competitive lease rate fit our business plan, completed the bid packet and submitted it prior to the deadline. The staff verified that we had the bid packet complete. We are satisfied that we offered a competitive rental rate, and we remain committed to operating this lease at the offered amount. We received a certified letter dated November 3rd recommending the lease be awarded to us as the competitive bid process had ended, and the staff had recommended us as the future lessee to the Board of Commissioners. We had rented pastures in Cheyenne County and Kimball County, Nebraska, with a lease expiration upcoming at the end of the calendar year. We verbally notified the owner that we were not renewing the lease on the grass, as we had received word that we were recommended to be awarded the state lease. The reversal of this recommendation poses an extreme hardship for us, and it is unlikely we will be able to place these cattle for grazing this spring, and we will be forced to liquidate this percentage of our cow herd. These cattle represent a major part of our operation and a considerable commitment of time and money. They are difficult to replace, and the financial impact of this reversal cannot be overstated. An additional adverse effect occurred when we received notice of the lease award recommendation. We removed our heifers from our calf consignment list and prepared to add them to our breeding herd. With the reversal of the staff recommendation, we will be forced to sell our heifers alone without the steers, which we already sold, and we expect this will lead to a $10 to $15 per hundredweight discount in the selling price. To conclude, we feel our experience and the time we have dedicated to learning innovative rangeland health and grazing management practices and our strong conservation ethic make us uniquely qualified as a lessee for the State Land Board. We want to thank the board for your time today, and we are grateful for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. I appreciate your comments. Before we, I believe Wilbur indicated that perhaps Mr. Sonnenberg wanted to make comment, but before we invite him, commissioners, any questions for either Mr. Sandberg or either of the McKays? Just a clarification, Mr. Sandberg, when you were talking about the adverse effect of the reversal of decision, and you said that it was devastating. Were you referring, can you elaborate on that comment?
Well, it was the adverse effects are those that are referenced by Travis McKay today. I wanted to give him the opportunity, and so that's what I was referring to.
So the loss of, if I understood, just to be clear, you lost the leases, and subsequent, there's financial harm as well you've incurred?
Yes,
Correct.
that's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Heath.
Yes, I guess I wanted to ask staff, in the letter of November 3rd, it says that this is a notification of staff. It still requires final board approval by the Land Commissioners Board at a meeting scheduled for December 9th, 2020. And obviously, we did not up at that time. And so I guess I because of reliance on that, I have a question.
Who would be able to, Greg?
So I was going to, Commissioner, you cut out just a little bit, but what is the question?
Well, in the letter to Mr. Sonnenberg, it says the decision is still pending final board approval at the Land Commissioners meeting of December 9th.
Yes. And then, and the question is?
So I believe she's asking, the McKays received the letter November 3rd saying they were awarded the lease.
Yes.
And then subsequent to board approval at the December 9 meeting. We didn't see that item in December.
Yes.
Request for review occurred.
Yes.
Just sort of clear that up.
Okay, I'll probably defer to Wilbur. So Wilbur, you can get ready. But my understanding is, my memory is that before the December meeting, we received the request for review from Mr. Sonnenberg, which included his offer to match the competing bid, and that delayed that changed the trajectory, if you will, of the decision. I think we then notified the McKays that their bid had been matched, and then they submitted the request for review, which we're hearing today. But Wilbur, you've got the dates clearer than I do.
Yeah, you're correct on that, Greg. We received the request for review from C Quarter Circle, Mr. Sonnenberg, on December 7th, and that was right before our December board meeting. There was not time to prepare for it to be on there. So then it was going to be moved. And in that time period, that's when the offer of that was in the request for review, and that extended it out a little bit farther to the next following month, which would have been February, is where we ended up. And then that's why we ended up at March, because the McKay brothers received a request for review, and then that put us on to being in the March as the first available meeting to hear this lease.
And did we communicate with both parties that there had not been a final decision from the board so that they would not have reliance?
Yes, their letter clearly stated it had to have approval from the board. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that these parties were present at our board meetings on there. They viewed it on Zoom, and I believe they were present at each one of those.
Commissioner Heath, would it be okay for me to ask Mr. Sonnenberg to make his comments before we?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Get further in? Yeah. So I believe Mr. Sonnenberg wished to make comment. If so, please raise your hand. You don't have to. There you are. We'll promote you here.
Thanks, Commissioner. And as a reminder, Mr. Sonnenberg, as we make this transition, your screen may blink. You may be shown a message that you're reconnecting to the meeting. Just hang tight.
All right. I see you promoted, Mr. Sonnenberg. Your video is off as well as your audio. All right, we see you.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. And if you would, just be sure to introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, sir. So I'm Micah Sonnenberg. I'm I don't know quite where to start. I don't have a lawyer to represent me, or am going to read from a script in this. I guess I should start with, fourth generation on this place. It's been in my family for multiple decades. My great-grandfather initially started this place back in the early 30s. My grandfather was raised here. I've been raised here. This was initially, I think, when they started out. So I only have 400 acres in this area that's deeded. The rest of it is all state lease ground. So my entire operation works around all the state lease. Without it, my operation doesn't exist. So when my grandfather initially, or my great-grandfather initially started acquiring this place, it used to be 3 different leases. Over the years, they did it right. They traded land with other people around here and whatnot to be able to put the whole thing there in one block. We've never had a violation. We've always treated it as it was our own. Yeah, I know there's been some things said that I believe are a little bit false. And it's been tricky over the last year to figure this out exactly. But keeping it all together is a very important thing to me. It's been in my family for, I don't know, they started piecing this together in the early 30s. And my operation does not function without this state lease ground. It's everything. If I lose this, my operation does not exist. And I guess that's the main thing. I myself, from my grandfather, he always made me work for everything. It's not like he handed any of this to me. And so I've built off of that on my own to build up the cow herd that I've built. He was always a yearling guy, so we used to run yearlings on this whole deal. But even my deeded ground that I have here doesn't function without the state lease. And really, the state lease doesn't function without my deeded ground. I mean, this is where the entire field of operations is. It's where all the facilities are. It's everything at the core of it. And we built all this around that. Have never really had any problems with it over the years. Like I said, no violations. Never really, only one other time we had somebody try to take it away, but it wasn't near the amount of over doubling the lease. And that's the main stuff, I guess. I mean, this is something that's very, very important to me. I have 3 kids that are just as much into it as I have always been. It's a family operation. It's a legacy. And without it, it doesn't exist. And that's really the main thing.
Okay.
I mean, I could go on and on, but
Sure.
That's the gist of it.
Okay. Appreciate your comment. You made a comment about what the McKay's representation made being a little bit false. Can you help me understand what you perceive to be false?
There's certain things. I mean, as far as especially the adverse effect on either of our operations, they already have an operation that exists solely by itself. This whole deal of them trying to take this away, I mean, it ruins a family legacy. I mean, my operation solely relies on this. It is everything. Without it, it's gone.
Okay. Thank you.
That's one of the main.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Sonnenberg? Okay, any question? We'll go ahead and Mr. Sandberg, the McKay brothers and Mr. Sonnenberg, we'll keep you promoted while we sort of open up discussion amongst our commissioners.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, sure. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Scanlon?
Thank you. This is Commissioner Scanlon. And Ed, I'm assuming you've reviewed all of this and the timing. The question really seems to be the timing of everything, from the letter being sent announcing the potential award of the lease to the follow-up bids, et cetera. And I just wondered if you had any comment for us related to that.
Might also be Mr. Hall. Okay, sorry, Ed. Go ahead.
No, I was going to, I can respond to that as well, but I'm going to give Corey first take on that, and if necessary, provide additional.
Sure. Yeah, no, thank you. I should have said Corey. Thank you.
Commissioner Scanlon, to answer your question, we have reviewed the timing of the various letters and notices that went out in conjunction with the timeline set forth in section 118. And, to be quite honest, there's a lack of clarity in section 118, unfortunately, and when some of these deadlines, some of these time periods begin to run, when they expire. It's not clear whether the 10-day and 90-day periods stack or whether they run consecutively. But with that confusion, and kind of putting that aside, if you assume that the 90-day period runs from the date that notice is given, which would have been October the 7th, 90 days for negotiation would have expired in early January. I'm not quite certain where Mr. Sandberg is deriving the December 23rd deadline from, which event would have triggered that. But presumably it's one of the notices that was sent out. That being said, yes, it does appear as if you accept the communications from Mr. Sonnenberg that he was willing to match the bid as being part of the negotiations, that would have been completed by the end of the 90-day deadline as we interpret it. Ed, do you have anything to add?
Well, I just want to say on behalf of staff that at all stages, they have worked diligently and with integrity to try to fulfill the statutory requirements and the spirit of the statute, which I think can be summed up in all things being equal, the existing lessee should receive the renewal lease. I think that's the basic concept of 118. I think technically the language in there that says lessee shall be given 10 days is not a hard deadline to say lessee shall not be given more than 10 days to initiate negotiations. That language, prior to the amendment in 97, the language said lessee shall be given 10 days to complete negotiations. And that change, I think, is important in this context. I do think the commissioners have a great deal of discretion to determine how and interpret how that statute is implemented, but I don't think the language is mandatory that if a lessee is not within the 10 days, they lose all of the statutory benefits favoring renewal when the lessee agrees to terms with the land board. Ultimately, I think the timeline fits for everything except, and I think staff has acknowledged that with the notice starting on September 24th, the initial response from Mr. Sonnenberg as the existing lessee was outside the 10-day frame, even when you add in the statutorily required holiday and Sunday timeframe, that he was a day late in responding to that, given the statute's tenor to that all things being equal, the existing lessees should receive lease renewals. I think staff reasonably felt a missing 1 day was allowable, and once that was allowed, the completion of negotiations happened within the 90-day framework. It's probably within the board's discretion to interpret its statute that is a hard deadline, and that by missing that 10 days by 1 day, the existing lessee loses all negotiation rights under the statute. But that doesn't seem to me to be the only conclusion on the statute. So from that time frame, I think staff has met all the other deadlines or time frames within the statute without question. That's the only one that some elasticity was applied, and I recognize that it was only 1 day.
Thank you. I have another follow-on question, not related so much to timing, other than looking at the November 3rd letter sent to the McKay brothers. Was there a follow-up with them, letting them know that the current lessee still had a process they could follow? You know what I'm saying? Because the letter basically just says you get the lease, the board approves it. We'll need to approve it. But there's actually a process that the lessee is entitled to in order to try and match, et cetera, the bid. And I'm just wondering how that's communicated post this letter or in conjunction with this letter.
I think Wilbur is probably the best person to answer that, but I believe that prior to the December 12th meeting, the McKay brothers were advised that a request for review was submitted by the existing lessee, and therefore the matter wouldn't be heard at the December 9th meeting.
That's correct, Ed. Yes, there was no specific letter that went out to the McKays telling them that the lessee still had a process that they could still bid or anything like that. There was nothing like that sent out. It was just a letter that you guys have in your packets that said it has to have board approval. And it was announced at the meeting that the C Quarter Circle had requested a review, and therefore it was pulled off the agenda and would be rescheduled.
So just a, sorry, Commissioner, let me just ask a quick. So correct me if I'm wrong, if we had considered the item at December 9th, we take action. I feel like, we've taken action, and then the next month, or perhaps it's the next month, we might receive a request for review. So even after we've taken a final action, it seems to me that there's still an opportunity to ask a request for review. Greg?
I was going to suggest that Attorney General Ed Hamrick addressed that. I don't think that's correct.
Okay.
Once the commissioners take final action, there's no longer a process for request for review to the commissioners. The request for review is when staff makes a recommendation, then anybody who's affected by that recommendation has a opportunity to request that the board review that actual decision. If no request is made, then the item comes to the board and is usually on their consent agenda or otherwise handled. Okay. If after the board makes a final decision, there is continues to be a party who feels that the board decided improperly, then technically what they can do is appeal the board's decision for review to the district court. But it's not open to, those are two separate different processes. Yeah. The request for review is an internal one that is part of the delegation of decisions to staff or recommendations to staff, but still allowing the board to have final decision-making authority on that. The appeal process is a court review of agency decisions.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Heath.
Yes, I'm looking at both November 3rd letters to the McKay brothers as well as Siskiyou Quarter Circle. And in both of them, it does say it still requires final board approval at the meeting scheduled for December 9th. And then I'm asking, did we have some written communication to both of them that that item would not be considered so that there would not be reliance, that we would make a decision then?
There was not written communication there. It was just announced at the board meeting that there was a request for review that had came in, and so it would have to be rescheduled.
What
Wilbur,
you said, Wilbur, you received December 7th, 2 days before the meeting.
Yes.
sorry, and Wilbur, how was that communicated to the McKay brothers?
It was just announced at the board meeting, and they were present at that board meeting. So we were confident that they were very aware of it.
Can somebody, I think Mr. Sandberg mentioned C Quarter Circle was notified of the lease renewal in April. They have a 30-day deadline. They did not respond by that initial deadline. Can somebody clarify, make sure I'm understanding that?
Commissioner, I believe what he is talking about there is all applicants, or all lessees, I should say, are sent a notice that their lease is expiring.
Right.
And they are sent their packet to bid with an application and resource management questionnaire. And the letter states that please return it in 30 days from the date of receipt. It is our practice, and it has been this way since all the 8 years I've been here, is that if they do not respond to that packet, or we do not receive it from them, we just send them another notice, and we give them another opportunity to respond to that.
Okay, thanks.
Because excuse me again, back to a November 3rd letter to the Sonnenberger says, you're hereby instructed to surrender possession of the premises upon the expiration of the current lease, February 1st. And I'm just wondering how we communicated that further. It doesn't say pending board, et cetera. And so I'm just questioning how we shared information with both parties, since we did not make any decision on December 9th.
Like I said, it was stated at the board that it had a request for review that had came in. And so if I remember correctly, I don't have that part of it in front of me, but if I remember correctly, I believe I did receive a phone call from both parties on that. And I did clarify that, yes, there was a request for review that did come in, and that it would be moved to the following meeting as soon as staff had a chance to be able to prepare and be able to schedule things on the meeting. Now, for the lessee, as it has having to surrender possession of the lease, that is usually at the end of the lease. If we were not able to get everything done, they fall into a tenant holdover, and I think Ed can probably elaborate on that a little bit more. But they're considered a holdover tenant, and so they are able to still be on the lease until the board makes their final decision where they're going to have to be off of the lease. But yes, it does say that they need to start preparing, that they may need to leave the lease.
So I'm just going to share a thought. So I know, 118 rights are extremely valuable. I mean, that's the conversation. It's, you know, that's, as I understand, it incents lessees to care for the land and do, you know, ensure it's a viable production. And I don't know, you know, if the industry, you know, it's just sort of like I don't believe we simply rubber stamp. I think at every time we make sure that our lessees are in good standing and so forth. And I know sort of the spirit of 118, as sort of our legal counsel has advised us, is that, you know, we're trying to provide for the security and stability for the existing agricultural and grazing lessees. So I think in my history, you know, I've seen that come to pass, and I believe that the staff's actions thus far, sort of moving this along and really trying to work with the existing lessee, captures that spirit. But I get frustrated when it's like, to me, I see 33 deadlines missed. I've not heard, you know, Wilbur, you haven't shared with me that perhaps we're aware of extenuating circumstances of our current lessee who reached out proactively to say, look, I'm juggling some things here, or there are other things happening. I think one thing about like this organization is we're very humane, and when we understand, you know, you know, we're all working through life. But what I'm having a hard time here is 3 missed deadlines. And then we heard Mr. Sonnenberg talk about this deep history on the land, and that, you know, like if he doesn't get this lease, he loses his operation. Well, the missing 3 deadlines and not and providing a lower financial bid when given an opportunity, that's not measuring up to me. And so I don't, you know, it seems to me, I think, you know, if we were aware of extenuating circumstances and we were able to perhaps convey, look, you know, we're taking these actions because our current lessee has been, you know, the history is long, and here's why we're accommodating this. But we worked through the process, and I am concerned on a couple of fronts. You know, the importance of deadlines. Like, that's important to our staff's work. And, you know, I do believe, if we have not conveyed very clearly why we made an exception to our deadlines, our posted deadlines, that puts us at risk, I think, for future, you know, for future renewals. I am concerned about the current lessee's financial ability to deliver and run the operation. You know, it just, at some point, I feel like there's got to be some personal accountability. And maybe there has been. Maybe, Wilbur, you've had conversations or were aware of a reason to work more, dare I say, compassionately, or at least understandingly with Mr. Sonnenberg. But it just, I don't know. And I'd ask my commissioners or others to help me understand, or challenge how I'm seeing this. Greg?
Just to clarify one point, because I think the McKay brothers attorney, Mr. Sandberg, shared some points about his view about the deadlines. The State Land Board's view of the deadlines is that the only one that was missed was potentially the original 10-day deadline. And as Attorney General Hamrick mentioned, the Monday was a holiday, and our offices during COVID have not been necessarily staffed 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, except that your comments seem to imply deadlines were missed. And I believe staff's position is perhaps only one was missed.
Right. Colleagues? I mean, if we, do we have are there questions, or, you know, if there are no further questions, then we probably.
I guess I would like Mr. Sonnenberg to respond to your question. Mary.
He has his hand up too.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Mr.
Hello.
Sonnenberg, yep.
All right. So in response to your questions, I obviously they're saying that they were trying to deliver me a letter and I didn't get it until the third try. That's not because I was avoiding it or anything else. I mean, obviously I run an entire 12,000 acre operation, raised 3 kids, run a business. It was not intentional at all. So I had no idea about any of this until I received that, letter that had to be signed for. So the fact that it took 3 times, I didn't know until I received it the 3rd time when FedEx just happened to pull up and I was sitting here in the yard and delivered it to me. As far as the 10-day thing goes, I'm pretty sure I had it there by that time. Obviously, like you said before, the office isn't staffed. I had hand delivered it, put it through the mail slot, and from there, I don't know.
So you didn't get the first 2?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously this is a very, very important thing in my operation. If I would have received the letter, it could have been handled 2 months earlier. I did not receive it because it came certified mail. Obviously, I mean, I'm on a big operation, so I'm all over the place. If I'm not here right when FedEx pulls in my yard, obviously I can't sign for a piece of mail. It was nothing intentional.
So you received those first 2 pieces, but you weren't able to sign them?
No. I did not receive any of those. I did not get a letter until what they're saying is the 3rd attempt.
I see. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, ma'am. You guys have anything else to ask me?
Yeah, I guess just to clarify, those certified mails that were returned, was that the notification that in April? I'm sorry, I was trying to find it in my packet. I'm trying to keep things straight, so I recognize. Was that the renewal notice that he didn't receive until the 3rd time?
No, the renewal notice I got in on time because obviously I received that anyways because it's up at the end of my 10-year period. It was the other 3 letters about the competitive bid. How I wish that we could have been on top of it 2 months prior. I mean, this is a huge deal, obviously. I mean, it's my entire operation, my entire livelihood. So I had not received it till what they're saying is the 3rd attempt.
Commissioner Butterworth?
Yep.
William Woolston, Field Operations Team Leader. I'd like to clarify, and I think Wilbur can probably do this better than I. This is not the only time when we've had letters returned, and I believe that's correct, Wilbur. And would you elaborate on when they're returned, what they say on what the letter has stated on it? That might help clarify this.
Yes, I will confirm that this is not the first time we have had certified letters returned to us, and when they are returned to us, and sometimes it's weeks later, they just say undeliverable. We have no idea why they weren't received, and we've been seeing this a lot recently with the Postal Service, and I don't know why. I have no idea why, but we've had some letters end up in, they're supposed to go down to like Yuma County, and they end up in New York State on the tracking number, and I have no idea why they do that. But yeah, this is not the first time that we've seen this happen. It's just been happening a lot in these recent times that we are in now.
And if I may,
So then the 10-day deadline comes into play from the date of September 24th, when the FedEx notice was received.
That's correct.
And then that's where it took him 12 days or 13 days, not 10 days, to respond with his bid.
Yes, that's correct.
Another question I have, the McKays talked about it, and maybe Attorney General, you can sort of redirect me if you sense this is irrelevant. The McKay's actions to end the leases and that type of stuff, is that just part of doing business? They didn't seek renewal of their other leases based on the notification. Is that just the risk that they took, assuming, that, I'm asking, should I even be factoring that in? The harm that occurred based on our notification that they had the renewal?
I think it's relevant to your consideration to the extent that, and I think Commissioner Heath was driving it at this point, Commissioner Butterworth, whether or not they relied upon the communications from staff in a way to conclude that they actually had the lease and should make the necessary arrangements. I think it might be just an unfortunate aspect of timing, quite frankly, is the way it seems to me. But
yeah, I mean, we were very clear the action wasn't completed until December 9th.
Right.
So actions they took before that, Commissioner Scanlon?
Yeah, no, I was just following up on that. I don't know what our process is, but it seems it would be, and I appreciate, Gary, what you said. We don't do it's not that our approval is a formality, it's actually a really important process step. But I am curious if the McKays understood that during that gap in time, there was another process that the lessee was entitled to, and if that's ever even communicated. I guess the onus is on people to understand how everything works, but I also feel like us communicating more directly is always to our benefit of, because candidly, that December 9th deadline wasn't really a deadline because of, the appeal was put forward, et cetera, et cetera. So it's almost like pending board approval unless another process is followed. And then that deadline of that final approval could change as well. When you read the letter as a layperson, it sounds like I got the lease and it's going to be formalized on the 9th. And the actual truth of how we operate, which I support entirely, is not necessarily. There's a not necessarily condition to that. So, I'm wrestling with it changes anything, but it just feels like we could certainly add in a paragraph making clear that there's other, we follow other protocols as well.
Commissioner, this is Greg Okish, Assistant Director. I'd be happy to pick that up at a future meeting. For purposes of your decision today, I would just offer we renew 600 ag leases a year, and we tend not to design the system for the exceptions, but for the rule. And I don't think we've historically had a problem with people understanding that, but it's certainly something we can pick up in a future conversation.
No, that's fine. I don't actually believe it's to the exception. I think what I'm saying is we have rules, and the rules are this process, and just communicating that full process up front is always in our interest. And anyone else may, come across our decision making.
Okay.
That's all.
Really quick, William.
Yeah, just a couple of points. And unfortunately, I wasn't involved on the ground on this in this particular decision, so I can't give you firsthand. But Wilbur Strickert and Matt Pollard were the two that did this competitive bid process, and I've worked with them a lot. We always, as a matter of course, verbally tell both parties, these are staff decisions, but keep in mind, this is a board decision in the end, and the board will make the final decision, period. And we also, as a matter of rule, tell both parties that there is a possibility of a request for review from the other side, and that happens consistently when we're going through these processes with people, because we know it affects what they're doing. So I just wanted
that helps
to
a lot.
thank
No,
you.
Ed?
Yeah, I just want to note that the November 3rd letter, right after it says that this is a notification of the staff decision and it still requires board of approval, the next sentence says any party who believes they have been adversely affected by this decision may request a review of the decision by the State Board of Land Commissioners. So I am entirely on board with staff's process, the goal of it being transparent, and I'm always believe we can probably improve that. But it's not as if this review process was silent and behind the behind some sort of shadow of lack of communication. There was a direct communication of that, and you know, this is implementing 118 is always a bit of a struggle, and you know, staff wrestles at it. I think, you know, as we focused on the deadlines, what staff really focused in on was the language in 118 that says, you know, the board shall not lease land being leased for agricultural or grazing uses to anyone other than the present lessee, unless one of three circumstances is met. And the most critical one here is that the board and the lessee fail to agree to lease terms. And once the existing lessee, Seacorder Ranch, said, we will match the bid, staff responded with, okay, this portion of the statute now kicks in, and its hands really felt tied by the statute. And the only way to get out of that is to basically decide that the existing lessee responded out of time and therefore completely loses out on this portion of the statute. Again, I think everyone acknowledges that their initial response was a day late. That day late was after already a 2-day extension of time based on holidays and Sundays. But it was a day late. And by being a day late, does an existing lessee forfeit this portion of the statute that says they're entitled to the lease if they agree to terms with the land board? Again, I think the commissioners have a great deal of discretion on how this is applied in this circumstance, but that is, you know, I believe how staff looked at it as once that was made within the time frame of the 90 days, staff really didn't have many options left to it other than to accept the existing lessee. So that's all I have.
Commissioner Carney.
Yeah, I just had one question on the 118 rights. When there's a competitive bid and you as the 118 right holder have the option to, I've always understood it as match that bid, but maybe that isn't the case. I guess I don't know. How does that work? So the negotiation party put in a lower bid and we do the review, and then if his numbers don't, then he gets to come back again and say, well, I guess I'll up it, or how does that? I guess that process, I'm not quite familiar. Greg?
Commissioner, they have the option to submit any bid they want. It's simply that if they match the bid, we're done. The issue is closed. We've on many occasions had lessees submit a lower financial bid and then staff has done the evaluation, and it becomes an issue of whether the other factors may or may not outweigh the financial considerations.
But then you can come back again, say you do the evaluation and the 118 right, he's lower still, then he can come back and say, okay, then I'll go ahead and match it now or whatever.
Now, I'm gonna put words in the AG's mouth, but based on the way we've been talking about it, as long as we're still within that 90 days, we're still within the negotiating period. So I think we've decided the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Heath?
Commissioner Heath?
Yes, well, I guess I'm once again coming back to the November 3rd letter. And I want to acknowledge that first, for the record, in each letter, it does say it requires final board approval. So I think that's very clear. And the McKay brothers have certainly presented an impressive case for running a business operation that is very impressive. And I can see that when you look at the first paragraph of that letter, it says that you've been awarded this lease. You have to read further in the letter to say it requires final board approval, which, as Commissioner Scanlon pointed out, is a very important piece. It's not something we just rubber stamp, despite the fact that, as Greg said, we have hundreds of these, ones that require review. We carefully read all the material and really deliberate as we review these and make final board decisions. So I can see that that letter was perhaps not clear until you read completely through it, but I have come to the conclusion that we can award the lease to the existing lessee based on just having missed that final deadline by 1 day.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, other comments, or certainly if someone's prepared to make a Commissioner Shaw?
Yeah, I would just echo what Commissioner Heath said, that I think that we've met the spirit of the transaction, and based upon that, I'd be willing to make a board order.
A motion?
Yes.
Okay.
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of March 10th, 2021, the board determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to uphold the staff recommendation to award a new 10-year agricultural lease to Mr. Micah Sonnenberg and C. Quarter Circle Ranch, the current lessee. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Shaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carney. Any further discussion? And I should actually ask for any additional public comment on this item from our attendees. If so, please raise your hand, and I apologize that we're doing it at this stage.
Being any commissioner.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Shaw, second by Commissioner Carney. We'll take a roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. If opposed, no. Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye. Commissioner
Scanlon.
Aye.
And I vote no. Motion passes 4-1. It's 1:15. How are people feeling? Is there do we want to move on, commissioners, or do we need a little break? It's an early lunch at this stage. How do people feel? Keep going?
It's 11:15.
Yeah. which is lunchtime for me. So we'll keep, well, it looks like we'll continue. Thank you, Mr. Sandberg, McKay Brothers, and Mr. Sonnenberg.
Huh. I don't have an answer for that.
I don't know
Neither do I.
why Siri is responding to me. Okay, the next item, okay, we're on to final action. A reminder, the posted agenda for today had our first item as the stewardship trust replacement discussion, and the land board has moved that agenda item to an upcoming meeting in order to give staff time to review a few of the specific comments received on that item. So we are not taking that up today for action. So our first action item today then is item 2B, 2021 Public Access Program enrollments, tab 7 with Abe Medina.
So Commissioner Butterworth, Commissioner Heath had a question, and I also just want to let the audience know that you made that same announcement at the beginning of the public meeting as well.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify, because it's not really clear what the final action of a stewardship trust replacement, that it does in fact it does in fact mean that we're talking about the Wilson Mesa property. And I think most people who responded knew it by that title. So I just want to make sure that folks understand that that has been laid over to a subsequent meeting.
Yep. And well,
That's correct.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would just say that we received numerous public comment on that item as part of our board materials today. So I'm sure those will carry forward as well if and when that item gets addressed. Okay, now can we go to 2B? I don't see Abe.
Oh, it's my fault, Commissioner. I'm slow to promote him. Here's coming up.
And then I'm thinking we'll take a break after this for lunch, 15, 20 minutes or so. Okay, welcome, Abe.
Good morning, Commissioners. Abe Medina, Recreation Program Manager with the State Land Board. And let me share I'm going to pull up my screen and share with folks. As I do that, I do want to comment that, or I do want to mention that we do have some representatives from Colorado Parks and Wildlife in attendance on this meeting. Brad Henley is the Deputy Regional Manager for the Southeast District, and also Director Dan Prenslow is with CPW is on the call, and it looks like we have also added Brad Ackerman, who's the Southeast Regional Manager with CPW. So let me pull up my presentation. Are the commissioners able to see my presentation title slide?
Yep.
All right, thank you. So again, A. Medina, Recreation Program Manager with State Land Board. Today in front of the board to discuss the 2021 Public Access Program enrollments. At a high level, what staff is recommending through this action is the recommended enrollment of up to 199,000 acres into the public access program. And but before I jump into that, I do want to just point out a couple things about this action today. This is, and as was discussed by or mentioned earlier in the meeting by Doug Vilsack, this is the culmination, or I call it in recreation terms, the summit of a 3-year process for enrollments. It originally started as 5 years, and we fast-tracked this or we narrowed it down to a 3-year process. The result of this action will increase annual recreation revenue to the board's various trusts. And this action today does help to achieve the governor's wildly important goal of adding or doubling the public access program on state trust land. So just some high level items. So a little bit of explanation or overview about the public access program itself. This is a lease. The program itself is a lease between Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the State Land Board. State Land Board lessor, CPW as lessee. And it is a limited use type lease. It allows for limited public access under enrolled state trust land for hunting and fishing purposes primarily. As previously mentioned, it's the limited use through this lease is hunting and or fishing. And there's a defined public use period on most properties within the program. Typically, that's going to be from September 1st through the end of February. There are some exceptions to this on certain properties. And most notably, the biggest exception is in places where we have fishing opportunities. The properties are often made available year-round for fishing. But the hunting is almost always still limited to that September through February period. What the public access program does not create, or what the enrollment in the program does not create, is a public recreation area, what most folks would call a park or an open space. It doesn't create a public, a park or a wildlife management area. And it doesn't create a public right or easement onto the property for use. These properties still remain managed to generate revenue for the board's various trusts. State trust lands, as previously mentioned, once the state trust lands enrolled in the program, remain as working lands. Most of these are working ranches and are part of a larger agricultural operation. In almost all cases, lands in the public access program have an agricultural lease on them. These properties are still continued to be leased for multiple uses, which may include, of course, the agriculture component, oil and gas, other types of uses. It's not an exclusive use lease. And these properties do continue to generate revenue for the board's various trusts. I think most important, one of the very important items about this lease and enrollment in the program is the public use. The hunting and fishing activity that happens that is allowed onto these properties is managed by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. They have the law enforcement capability and also the staff to manage this type of use. So a little bit of larger history about the program itself. There's more detail, of course, in the board packet that was presented, but this program has been in existence for 28 years. It currently has about 750,000 acres within the lease, and that acreage is divided among 384 individual properties. That does include currently 28% of all state trust land across Colorado. And over the last 28 years, this program has generated about $17 million in revenue to the trust. Today's proposed action, as previously mentioned, is the addition of up to 199,000 acres. On this slide, I just show a little bit more detail as to what is being proposed. 198, a little bit shy of the 199,000, but the 199,000 acres would be the addition of 69 additional properties into the public access program. And at the end, if approved, the end result would be close to 1 million acres of state trust land within the public access program itself, and across 453 individual properties.
1 million acres is a third of all of our land assets, roughly.
That is,
right?
yeah, that's correct. It'll put us about 31%. So on this map, or on this slide, what I'm showing is, or trying to represent, is the location of where these properties to be added are. What you'll see on the map, and I'll try, I won't point it out because you see with the cursor, but the blue on the map are state trust lands. The orange on the map, or the bright orange, are lands that are currently enrolled within the public access program. They are also state trust lands. And then the red parcels on this map are the properties that are being proposed under this 2021 enrollment. As you'll see, there is a concentration of lands in Pueblo, Crowley, Otero, and Bent County, and then also up in the Weld, Morgan, and Adams County area are where a lot of those red parcels show up. There are also a number of parcels in Saguache, Rio Grande, Alamosa, and Conejos County over, over in that valley. This slide that I have up just shows some of the process that or some of the timing that we went through in the review of these, in the review of parcels for this for this current nomination. We did start back in early 2020 with nominations from CPW. There's a period of time where staff, the State Land Board, district managers, and myself review properties that are nominated. And we build out a large list of properties to be considered for enrollment. In December of last year, we did send notice to all the affected lessees. There are 106 different leases, agricultural leases affected by this proposal. And we sent letters to each individual lessee, letting them know that this was a nomination and enrollment was being considered. At that time, we did ask for folks to provide back with any feedback, comments, concerns, any, you know, as to how this enrollment might affect their lease. January, February of this year, we did receive comments from a lot of our lessees on all of the, and you'll see a number of those comments, or actually all the comments that we received in writing by email or through an online form. They are included in your board packet. And on all of those, when we would receive comments back from lessees, CPW, those would be forwarded to CPW, and CPW staff in the field would attempt to contact each of those individuals and have a discussion as to how enrollment, about how some of those concerns could be mitigated. I think what's in, through that review process, a number of these properties were pulled from the nomination list and do not show up on the enrollment list that's included as a board packet. And then, of course, today in March, we're at the board meeting for review and recommendation for approval. So staff believes that through these enrollments, some of the items that we'll gain, of course, are reasonable and consistent revenue to the trust through an additional use or an additional lease on state trust land parcels. We do believe that we have a very strong and capable partner in CPW that can manage public use on these properties. They have field staff across the state, and a lot of times have direct contact with many of our lessees in the areas in which they serve. CPW, of course, has law enforcement capabilities and is able to cite individuals for misuse or actions that, you know, are not within the rules and regulations of the public access program. And staff believes that, of course, additional lessees on properties just provide additional management attention onto these state trust lands across the state. And of course, staff also recognizes that, you know, in that approval of this enrollment list would help to achieve an important governor's wildly important goal that was set forth two years ago. So with that, staff does recommend that the board approve the enrollment of up to 199,000 acres of state trust land within the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Public Access Program. And I'm happy to answer any of the board's questions. And again, just want to remind that we do have some representatives from CPW on this call as well, and they are also available for comments, questions.
All right, thanks, Abe. Any immediate questions for Abe before we hear? Before I invite. It looks like Brad is teed up. Commissioner Scanlon, you're on mute.
I have one quick question. What is the goal for the public access program in terms of total acreage from the state land board lands?
The Abe Medina, Recreation Program Manager, the goal was to double the acreage within the public access program from 2018. 2018 acreage levels.
So, and that was like 500,000, right?
I was a little bit shy of 500,000 acres.
Yeah.
And
Commissioner Heath?
Yes. So first, I want to commend you. It's a very thorough presentation of the history and the process, and it makes it very clear. I appreciate that. It's well done. I do want to ask you, how were the property owners whose letters in the packet had questions about this? How were those issues resolved?
So a lot of times or when we receive those comments, I would respond initially with some, to some of those concerns, but all of those letters would then be forwarded to CPW, and CPW would attempt to contact and meet with the lessees, a lot of times in person and on the ground, to discuss how the mitigation measures they're included as the various mitigation measures that are included as part of one of the exhibits within the board packet. Items within that list would be discussed with the lessees.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of times, there's some of those can be easily fixed. Sometimes it requires some additional thought. And in cases where, it just did not, there wasn't a way to mitigate those, they were pulled from the list.
Yeah, Abe, you might have, when they have a chance to speak, you might let CPW respond to that.
Yeah, I thank you.
All right, any questions for Abe before I invite Brad Henley from CPW to make comment? Okay, welcome, Brad, and just introduce yourself for the record. I know you know the drill.
Sure. Thank you. Good to see you, sir. Brad Henley, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm the Southeast Deputy Regional Manager, located out of Colorado Springs, and one of my responsibilities is to coordinate our statewide effort on the public access program. Just if you'll indulge me, a quick statement. In addition to Assistant Director Vilsack's thanks, and on behalf of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, I want to thank the State Land Board, the leadership, the commissioners here, the director, but specifically Abe Medina and the district manager statewide for working with CPW's staff over the last 3 years for this very aggressive expansion of the program. As you might imagine, and there have been countless discussions across the state between CPW staff, district commissioners, and existing lessees to make this expansion a reality. So I just wanted to reiterate, and on behalf of CPW, thank you for all your efforts in this. And Commissioner Heath, Abe basically summed it up. As those comments come in to him, he looks at those, he forwards those directly to me, and then I forward those throughout the state to the appropriate area wildlife manager and our district wildlife manager. And Abe provides the lessee information, contact, and our field staff, district wildlife manager and/or AWM, and a lot of times with the district manager from the State Land Board would meet with the concerned lessee. And as Abe had mentioned, a lot of times it's they're unfamiliar with the program and then what CPW can provide. But a lot of times the nominations that we made, CPW made, when we got on the ground, there were conditions that we couldn't, we couldn't meet, or there was something else existing, an access road, there was an issue there, a public safety issue, something like that, whereby we would then withdraw our nomination for the public access program. So, but Abe summed it up very well.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Brad. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Scanlon?
Yeah, thank you. I'm rephrasing my question. I didn't ask it the right way. How, given the goal of the governor how far are we in meeting that goal? I was trying to add up the different acreages, and are we going to need to find more trust lands to make that a reality yet?
Abe?
You bet. And I saw Greg raise his hand. I didn't know if you wanted to comment, but so we, from the level that we were at 2018 with this enrollment, we will reach that goal of doubling the acreage within the PAP. I think another important item to mention is we do have various other leases with Colorado Parks and Wildlife that allow for uses such as the state forest, as use of state parks or state wildlife areas. And with this inclusion this year, and there was a table in Exhibit 3 of your board packet, with this enrollment, we will reach 1,065,955 acres available and open for public access, which includes a lot of times the hunting and fishing access. So,
Commissioner, I would answer that in two parts. We think we're done. One, because, and for the second reason, we've hit the goal in terms of acres, and I'd ask Mr. Henley to respond, but I don't think there's much left that CPW is interested, that they think has wildlife values that merit enrollment. When we went through it this year, we pretty much scoured everything that was left with public access, with wildlife values. And so, Brad, let me know if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's anything left in the pot.
Greg, you anticipated my follow-on question. So.
Yes, Greg. Brad Henley, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Greg's statement is, for the most part, correct. I do want to point out that, and as Abe has, we have a long history with this program. And as part of this, in your package, you do realize, you do see there that we are withdrawing a couple of parcels from the PAP as part of this action item, which is a normal ongoing maintenance process with this program. Parcels through exchange of use or an access road, a sale. We do move things in and out, but directly to your question, at my level, as far as I know, we have completed the governor's wig, and to my knowledge, there will be no new governor's wig related to the public access program in this next upcoming year.
Dare say it's a mission accomplished moment. Sorry.
Thank you.
No political undertone there. I have a question, and it may be sort of as we've met this goal and objective. Well, first of all, let me back up. With each iteration of this, Abe, I applaud the adjustments we've made in terms of communicating with the lessees, most importantly, and understand that we've received a lot of appreciate seeing the concerns from the lessees, and I appreciate it. It appears we were very thorough walking through and communicating, and I think it represents to me sort of we're asking the lessees to trust us and trust CPW in order to meet this objective. And so now, I would like to say we need to lean on CPW to be very responsive when issues are brought up to ensure that, we're doing everything we can to deliver on our commitment that, these uses are compatible and that we can do that. And I know we have that commitment from you, Brad, and your team throughout the state. But I think the question I have is, how are we quantifying the impact? I mean, 500,000, nice number, 1 million acres, nice, it has a good ring to it. I wonder if we can put in place somehow a way to gauge or measure this impact over a period of time, and maybe it's in 5 years, are we seeing increased hunting? Is that a goal? Or an objective of this. And I feel like perhaps maybe on an annual basis, maybe that's too aggressive, but I might ask you to think about, you know, a report back on issues that we see, you know, sort of, we received 10 calls, issues related to, you know, public access concerns from our lessees, how they were handled, you know, big problem, small problem, that sort of thing. Because, you know, I recognize that this is a change for our lessees, and I trust all parties involved want to see this succeed, but I think it would be good to understand what we're actually seeing, as opposed to just sort of saying, you know, oh, we got the 500 in, we're good. I'd like to know if it has impact, because I think that was the objective, or at least one of them. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
Commissioner Butterworth, you know, I do want to mention one of the things that we've implemented as part of this, and it was, you know, we've been trying to make adjustments to how this process works with the PAP. This last 3 years have been a fair amount of numbers. Typically, on a year-to-year basis, we might see a maximum of turnover or change into the program about 10,000 acres. So, you know, these last 3 years have been significantly more than that. But, you know, as we've gone through the process, we've implemented some measures and communicated with the agricultural community as to, you know, we take issues that there may be happening with public use through the PAP on these properties seriously, and we put together an easier way for folks or for our lessees to report incidents to us, so that they can be followed up on by our staff in conjunction with CBW. And I think it's you know, it's an additional step, and you know, as we go through this process, we're happy to make additional steps to try to facilitate the conversation and minimize these impacts that are happening, and bring them to Parks and Wildlife's attention so that they can be addressed. So,
yeah,
you know, I think we make some changes towards that. You know, I'm still trying to think of ways to measure impact, you know, and that might be a conversation for staff and CPW to determine, you know, how is it measurable?
Yeah. Brad?
Yeah, Brad Henley, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And yes, Commissioner Butterworth, as you're aware, that was part of the process, the goal of opening up the PAP, or adding additional acreage. Obviously, nationwide, you know, there's a downward trend into sports people hunting and fishing, and but through those national studies, through Colorado studies, a lot of that barriers, or why is that happening, is access, and not having access to participate in these type of activities. So yes, that is part of it. As Abe has stated, it is difficult to measure, you know, at a micro scale, or a property specific type of level, as to, you know, are we increasing the number of sportsmen or sports people that are out on these properties? So I agree with Abe. You know, can we come back with a better measure? I think we need to discuss that.
Yeah. Thank you. I joked a mission accomplished moment. I think the issue with that was we thought it was over. Like, it's now just really beginning. There's still considerable work to be done. Let me ask if there is public comment from our attendees. If so, raise your hand and we'll begin the process to promote you.
I'm not seeing any, Commissioner.
I don't see any. Commissioners, any? Oh, Commissioner Carney.
Yeah, this question's for CPW. I'd heard that as far as you named the timeframes from September through February, but I've also been told that they're required to have an active hunting license. Is that correct? Or to be on the property? Is that correct?
Yes, Brad Henley, Parks and Wildlife. Yes, Commissioner Carney, that was implemented last year through CPW to access a state trust land within the public access program. Anybody 18 years, oh, you're going to catch me, I can't remember the age. They do need a hunting and fishing license. That will change this year to 6, I think it was 18 last year of age. This year, our commission will be addressing that next week at their meeting for implementation July 1 or this coming hunting season to access state trust lands in the public access program and our state wildlife areas. They'll need either a hunting or fishing license, or for state wildlife areas, an access pass. That does not pertain to state trust lands. State trust lands will stay. You will have to have a hunting or fishing license to access.
Just one last question to that is, as we increase these numbers of acres, I mean, are we increasing any of your officers? You know what I mean? There's going to be more issues. I mean, is that? I mean, what do you think on that?
Yes, Commissioner. I anticipated your question. You asked me the same thing last year during this process, but I have a little bit better news to pass along this year than I did last year. As you're all aware, we have the Future Generations Act, where we were able to increase licenses, fees, and collect more funds. We are working through a process with the General Assembly to add additional staff on the wildlife side of the agency in the field statewide as a result of generating more revenue. You know, as people get outdoors, we fully realize that, as you state, there's going to be more people on the landscape, CPW and our management staff, and that's everywhere from customer service staff to actual law enforcement staff, our district wildlife managers, to support staff, you know, and our biologists.
Thanks, Brad.
Welcome.
All right. Any more comments or discussion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to for our board order on the 2021 Public Access Program enrollments. Commissioner Heath.
Consideration of materials presented and testimony given at the regular meeting today, March 10th. Our board determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to approve the enrollment of the 199,000 acres of trust land to Colorado Parks and Wildlife Public Access Program from the matrix of proposed enrollments. And we delegate the authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with our decision.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Heath. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Shaw, I believe by a whisker. Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote. If in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brett. We didn't hear from you, but appreciate you being here. And thank you, Abe, and the entire staff, not only for your work this year, but over the last 3 years. I appreciate the expectations and dare I say the pressure to meet the goal and do so in a way that is professional and hopefully moves the needle forward for us as well as future hunters and fishermen.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yep. Does 12:15 sound good to reconvene? It's 25 minutes. Okay, let's go ahead and recess and reconvene at 12:15. Thank you. Tracy, if I can just get a thumbs up. All right, we got the thumbs up. Good afternoon. Today is Wednesday, March 10th, 2021. I would like to reconvene a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. A reminder that our meeting is being conducted via Zoom web conferencing. And we are on to our final action item agenda. And we are at item 2C, solar planning lease, tab 8, and with David Rodenberg. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I am David Rodenberg with the State Land Board's Real Estate Section. The purpose of this action item is to recommend approval of a solar planning lease with RWE Solar Development in Arapahoe County. Just for a side note, this picture was taken out at the an existing solar facility that sits about within a mile southwest of our property. So looking at this picture, our property is back over here. This action item is consistent with the agency's goal to increase renewable energy on state trust lands. And I just wanted to also note that the picture that you see in this slide is from a solar garden that is located on the Lowry Range, which is about 30 miles west of this proposed project. So the State Land Board believes, staff believes that RWE is a well-qualified developer to partner with on this proposed solar project. They are a 120-year-old multinational energy company headquartered in Essen, Germany. It generates and trades electricity in over 15 countries in Asian Pacific, Europe, and the United States. RWE Renewables is the world's 4th largest renewable energy generator with around 3,500 employees. The company owns and operates onshore and offshore wind farms, solar plants, solar facilities, and battery storage systems with a capacity of approximately 9 gigawatts around the world. In the US, the operating portfolio is over 3 gigawatts. RWE is currently developing both wind and solar projects in Colorado, making the state a key market for them in the US. So RWE recently submitted a planning lease application on a parcel of state trust land located in Arapahoe County. The proposed planning lease is for a project that is estimated to encompass a total of 853 acres, which would produce 93 total megawatts of electrical power, which could power up to 49,000 homes. The proposed project has 560 of those acres that would be on state trust land, which would be an estimated 63 megawatts of that power. So this is Arapahoe County here, and the solar planning lease application is located approximately right here. So this map shows a closer view of the proposed planning lease, which is about 50 miles east of Denver. Denver's over here directly west, and about 30 miles, as I just mentioned, east of the board's Lowry Range parcels, which is located right here. So again, this is the parcel that we're talking about today. So as a reminder, you know, the board's heard this a few times, but just for everybody's sake, I'll go through the board's 3 main parts to the renewable energy leasing process. The first part is the pre-application review, where staff goes through a detailed review of the potential project and the related state trust lands and how it may affect their particular line of business. This review also includes the district manager and the stewardship trust manager and the conservation services manager. And this is a staff review. The second part is the planning lease phase, which allows the developer to demonstrate a right to the development site for planning and then to pursue and obtain a power purchase agreement with a utility or an off-taker, as well as obtain the necessary local government approvals. Planning leases are typically issued by staff. However, prior to issuing a planning lease, if an agricultural lessee voices concerns with the proposed lease, staff will bring the planning lease to the board for review and decision by the board, giving the agricultural lessee the opportunity to speak to the board. And the third part is the production lease, which provides the project developer with the right to construct and operate a renewable energy project on state trust land. All renewable energy production leases require board approval. So if this project were to move forward, if the board approved the planning lease, we would come back to the board for the production lease approval, review and approval by the board. So this proposed planning lease is in between the first step and the second step, where staff is making a recommendation to the board for review and decision. As the board knows, solar facilities are not compatible with most other uses, including grazing. The proposed solar project would directly affect 2 agricultural lessees by the acres and percentages that you see in this table. The lessees are the Wysensees and the Hanks. They each lease 320 acres of the 680-acre parcel. Staff contacted both lessees in early January of this year, of which both lessees voiced concerns and are opposed to the project. This slide shows, to the best of staff's knowledge, the total acres, including the state trust land acres involved in the ranching operations for each lessee. Based on discussions with the affected lessees and the resource management questionnaires that the ag lease submits to the district with their agricultural lease application, staff understands that the Wysensees operates on approximately 2,560 acres of leased and privately deeded land. Their operation utilizes land on 3 sides of the state trust land, with additional acres located a bit further south. The Wysensees' key objection to the proposed project is the negative effects that the removal of the state leased acres will have on their operations, and also the close proximity of the project to their house. They indicated that the state trust land is an integral part of their rotational grazing plan. The Hanks operate on approximately 5,700 acres of leased and privately deeded land, and their operation is within a mile or 2 south and southwest of the subject parcel. Their key objection to the proposed project is the negative effect that the removal of the state leased acres will have on their operations. But Mr. Hanks has also expressed his concern that solar projects, the effects they have on the environment. Staff visited with both of the lessees on site to discuss the project and to understand their operations and the effect that this project would have. I personally met with the 2 lessees and had good discussions with them. Just wanted to note for the record, very welcoming, gracious, nice folks. And even though staff's recommendation didn't change, I certainly understand their position, empathize how this proposed project may affect their operations if it were to move forward past the planning phase. Folks representing both of our agricultural lessees are here to speak to the board in more detail about their concerns with the proposed planning lease. If the board approves the proposed planning lease, and if the project ultimately moves into construction and production at later dates, which will require board approval, the acreage included in the final lease will be removed from the affected agricultural leases. The total adjustment to the grazing leases could be up to 560 acres based on staff's recommendation. So this map gives a little bit better visual of the numbers I was just mentioning, along with a few other items I want to bring up to the board. So the proposed planning lease is the dark blue area that you see here. That's the proposed planning lease project area. The purple area that you see down here is an additional 320 acres of privately owned land that RWE has a lease option on for this particular project. Also, there's an existing high voltage transmission line that runs along the southern section. That's the red line you see here. And it is less than a mile west, and then there's a substation called Missile Substation, which is a mile or less than a mile west of the planting lease area, and that's what you see here in this area. All of these factors, staff believes, makes this location ideal for a utility scale solar project. Also wanted to mention to the board that RWE originally had a 3-year planning lease with the State Land Board that consisted of the full 640 acres. However, when requesting a renewal of that lease, staff advised the developer that the request would need to follow our current renewable energy leasing process, which would include the staff review that I mentioned earlier, as well as notifying our agricultural lessees and soliciting their feedback, and potentially, based on their feedback, coming to the board. So during this review process, the line of business review process, one of the key concerns that staff recognized was that the Weisensees home was within 100 feet of the State Land Board's section line. That's located right about here. And I have some pictures that I'll show you in a minute that may maybe give you a little bit better perspective of that. As an effort to help mitigate this issue, staff worked with the developer and created an 80-acre buffer in the project, and that's located here. That's the light blue area. And the idea is, again, to create a buffer from the home that is so close to our northern section line. This reduced the original 640-acre request down to the current request of 560 acres. Also in this area, as I mentioned just a little bit ago, in the green area is an existing solar project called Titan Solar. That project is owned by Nextera and is currently producing 50 megawatts and has been in operation since December of 2018. I have a few pictures that I want to show the board to help give the board an idea of the location and what the topography and landscape looks like. Keep in mind, these pictures were taken not too long ago, and we are in the middle of winter. But again, just to give the board an idea of the landscape. So this picture, oh, sorry, let me go back here. So the first picture is going to be about from this location here. And then the other pictures will be sort of from this angle here, about in the middle of the section. So this is the first picture. You can see the Weisensees home and ranching operations here. And that red line represents approximately where our section line is. And this red area is sort of indicates where the 80-acre buffer would be in relationship to this section, as well as the ranching operations. It extends further past here. This picture doesn't show the eastern section line of the State Land Board's property. But again, just to give you an idea of the approximate location of what that buffer would look like. So this picture is, that first picture was taken here. Now you just move back to about the middle of the section. This is the center fence line. And this is the north half of the property that you see here. This is the creek that runs through the property. And as you can see, it gently slopes down on either side of the creek area. The coloration on this picture is dramatically different, but it's all about the lighting. This picture is basically essentially just spinning around and looking at the south half of the property from that middle section. And that's what the property looks like there. Again, here's the creek and here's the sort of sloping areas here. In the background, you see these poles. That's the transmission line I was referring to on the southern section line of the property. And then off in the distance, you can see the existing Titan solar farm to the upper right. This picture is almost the exact same picture, but facing a little bit more to the right, where you get a better idea of what the solar facility looks like. from a distance, and the substation located right about here. So the annual revenue the leased acres currently generate is around $3,200 a year. With this proposed planning lease, the board will generate $7,200 the first year and escalating $1 per acre per year for the next 2 years if they need those additional years. The year one rate will start at $13. That's a little bit higher than normal, but it just continues on where the previous planning lease left off. RWE is in the early stages of the planning process. Matt Stuckey with RWE is here as well, and will spend a few minutes speaking to the board to discuss their proposed project and their efforts thus far regarding their planning. I also want the board just to understand, again, a planning lease. So this is a planning lease recommendation. The agricultural lessee will continue to be able to utilize the property if the board approved this planning lease as prior to it ever going to construction. So in summary, this site is a good location for a solar project due to the terrain, the existing high voltage power line, and the substation that is located within a mile of this state trust parcel. Staff has worked with the developer to provide an 80-acre buffer from the Weissensee's home, and in order to accommodate that situation. And the project supports the agency's goals to increase renewable energy leasing on state trust land, as well as the state's goals of being 100% renewable by 2040. And finally, the board will realize 1 to 3 years worth of additional revenue through this planning lease phase, and has the potential to realize longer term revenue if the project were to move forward. So with that, based on the information presented, staff recommends that the board approve a solar planning lease with RWE on 560 acres of school trust section in Arapahoe County, as described in this cover sheet, and to direct staff to provide the agricultural lessees with a 1-year notice of the acres that may be removed from their lease. With that, I will be happy to answer any questions the board may have. And in addition, as I mentioned, there are representatives for each of the agricultural lessees that would like to speak with the board regarding their concerns and issues with the project. And also Matthew Stuckey with RWE is here to speak with the board for a few minutes to give a little more detail and insight regarding their proposed project and the planning efforts that they've made so far.
Okay, thank you, David. Before I invite our guests up, any questions for David on his presentation? Commissioner Heath?
Yes. David, remind me, what is the duration of this lease?
This planning lease would be a 3-year lease. And we have the option of an extension, which is what they were wanting to exercise on the previous lease. But because of our new process that we have now, we decided to sort of just exit that previous lease and start a new lease. But it will be for up to 3 years, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions at this time? All right, let's see, I think our lesson are, I believe, the Weisensees. If you all would like to, can you raise your hand and we can promote you? All right. All right, we see you on our screen here. If you take yourself off mute and video, we can welcome you and take comment.
All right, can you hear us?
Yes, and please introduce yourself for the record.
All right, for the record, my name is Beth Weissensee. I'm here with my parents, Henry and Nora. They currently lease the north half of section 16. There.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
So I prepared kind of a statement based on some of their thoughts on this project. as well as some photos. So if you don't mind, I have a little PowerPoint. If you'll bear with me, I'll try to pull that up.
Do you want to speak to the PowerPoint first, or do you want to?
It can be rolling while I speak, if that's okay.
Nick, does she have the ability to share her screen? Yep.
Yeah, as panelist, she can.
All right. So these are all photos I've taken on the piece of land that we currently lease from you guys. Our concerns about the proposed planning lease on section 16, the north half currently leased for grazing by Henry and Nora Weisensee. We strongly oppose a solar panel construction project on this land. Not only would loss of this lease impact us financially, but the proposed construction of solar panels would also have a negative impact on the land, wildlife, and homes in the area. Our first concern is obviously loss of grazing land. We managed this piece of land for over 60 years and cared for it well. We rely heavily on this grass to support around 50 head of cattle and 20 head of sheep during the grazing season each year. Loss of this property will force us to reduce the size of our herds and loss of income generated from that livestock. Contrary to reports by your staff, this 320 acres makes up about 25% of the grassland we have available to graze. While we do own other ground, the majority of it is farmed to raise wheat, corn, or other types of feed. This section is bordered by family-owned land on 3 sides, to the north, the east, and the west. We're also very concerned about proximity to our home. This picture shows our land a little closer. Our house is just to the right of that. The current lease literally borders our front yard. It is less than 150 yards from the front door of our house. The well that supplies water to our house and livestock also currently sits on state leased land. And the proposed buffer doesn't diminish the drastic changes in landscape the construction of solar panels will create. Solar panels surrounded by chain link fence and barbed wire is not appealing. They are unsightly, and even your staff has mentioned that they would not appreciate having them constructed in their front yard. Neither would we. We have a long history with this land. As I said, we've had it in our care for over 60 years. I am the 4th generation of farmers and ranchers raised on this land. And during that time, we have worked not only to preserve the current land, grasses, and landscape, but also to prevent overgrowth of noxious weeds and to improve fences surrounding the ground. We have ensured this land was grazed appropriately to preserve it for generations to come. The plants and wildlife that grow on and utilize this land are the same ones that have been there for hundreds of years and will be the same for years to come if we are allowed to continue managing this lease. However, development from the proposed project will cover the ground, killing out native plants, and construction of roads to access solar panels will change or kill plant life. Once developed, it is difficult at best and likely impossible to return this land to its natural state. Solar panels can be constructed in a variety of areas. Why not construct them on ground that is already unsuitable for farming, grazing, or housing? Grassland is a precious resource, one that cannot be constructed and one that should be preserved. One of your board's missions, I believe, is stewardship. We ask that you heavily consider that today. Agriculture will soon have no future in Colorado if we continue to develop good quality land for urban purposes. Another large concern we have is potential traffic created by this proposed project. How would RWE access section 16? County Road 225 provides access to our home and land, including surrounding farmland from Highway 36 to the north. It currently connects to a County Road 10, which dead ends at our house. A road constructed by my family connects Road 10 to County Road 229 to the east. If used by RWE, our fear is the creation of heavy construction traffic through our front yard. This would add dangers to traveling around our home, not to mention added noise, dust, and invasion of our quiet country life. We witnessed the construction of the Titan project to the south and west of our farm. Even over a mile away, we heard construction equipment for months. Our fear is that more traffic and more people would create more opportunity for theft and trespassing on our land. Finally, we have concerns that the proposed solar project would have a negative impact on wildlife in this area. This land supports a wide variety of animals. Larger species like deer and pronghorn antelope pass through and graze regularly. The prairie land provides a home to dens of swift foxes, burrowing owls, jackrabbits, and badgers. Several cottonwood trees grow along the creek bottom and provide a habitat for great horned owls, which have nested and raised young there for years. Currently, these all coexist with our sheep and cows. Proposed development would significantly diminish and drive out this wildlife. With the constant urban growth Colorado is facing, more and more grassland is disappearing, and we won't get that back. We are concerned that once developed, this land will never be returned to its current state. In conclusion, we know your staff has indicated support for a proposed solar planning lease on this section. We would like to mention that communication to us about this project early on has not been very clear or timely as it should have been. This has been our only opportunity to provide our input about this plan, and we only received notice of this meeting less than a month ago. I believe we haven't had sufficient time to submit documents, photos, or other concerns to you before this meeting, nor were we provided the opportunity to add more concerns to today's agenda. We ask that you please consider the impact this decision has on our family and reject this planning lease.
Thank you, Beth. Any questions for Beth? We'll keep you up here while we continue this item.
Okay.
Is there a representative from the Hanks that wish to address a comment? If so, raise your hand and then we can get you up.
Commissioner, I brought the Hanks up.
Oh, you did? There they
in the
are.
last transition.
Okay.
Yep.
My bad.
Okay.
Mr. or Mrs. Hanks, would you like to take yourself off mute and ideally video, and we can welcome you? Or read. Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Hanks, yes.
Can you see me?
No.
Well, try harder. Okay. My raise your hand thing went away, so.
Okay, you're up. You're here. If you can take yourself off, if you can start video, that's great.
Start.
If you can't figure that out, we can take your
right here
comment without video.
Yeah.
Choose
I think
virtual
it's at the top right. No.
Top right?
There we go. Is that cool?
Not yet.
Oh man, Beth, you know how I am with this stuff.
I think the top right-hand side of your screen, there might be a
little blue.
No, that's just those people.
Gallery full screen.
Start my video.
Start my video. We're gaining. We're gonna get there.
There you are.
We can see you.
Welcome.
Hello, how are you folks?
Good, we can see you. If you would, just introduce yourself for the record before you make your comments. Thanks.
Yeah, my name is Reed Hanks. Actually a veterinarian here in Strasburg, Colorado. One of my best employee actually is Beth Weissensee, in case you were wondering. She works for me here at the vet clinic, so we've talked this over extensively. But yeah, she did a fabulous job. That's pretty hard to follow. I know to start with, I guess I would like to at least express my concerns with the timing of this as well. I felt like we had very short notice to prepare for every phase of this. Even the tour that I know my folks, I think they might be tuned in watching this, but we were pretty limited. I think I got a call in the morning that I think it's David was going to be there a little bit later in the day. So just felt like we were not very well versed and prepared for this thing. But Beth did a great job. I guess the emphasis of mine, and I did mention this to David, is he puts these statistics up that this is a very small portion of our ranching operation. We actually used to lease some of the property near this area before it had gotten sold. I know the piece of ground that he said is going to be in addition to this project, I think owned by the Lindemers now. We used to lease that land until it was purchased and farmed up. So we've never really farmed ground much. We're more of a ranching operation, and really do kind of value the value of virgin soil and the grama grass and the buffalo grass that grows out that way. So I guess my biggest concern is and as I told David, that it disturbs me that this is this ground has been there since God put it there. It hasn't been disturbed. We've run cattle and livestock on it. Beth, of course, those folks have run sheep on it. But it's actually a pretty wonderful, magnificent little piece of ground. Beth she's a fabulous photographer, and she's taken a lot of pictures over the years, but it's just my main emphasis to this objection to this plan is that there has got to be possibly some better lands available to put a solar farm on. I know that listening to David's comments, it's relatively close to a power line. I don't love power lines, but hey, they're great. I think that's the reason we can put power plants out in the middle of nowhere, solar farms out in the middle of nowhere, and then run a transmission line, which is much more appealing, and at least ranchers can work around those things as opposed to a solar farm. So I know it's close to Denver. I know it's close to this pre-existing substation. And to you folks all that are probably listening to me, you're like, well, it's just a little piece of ground out on the Eastern Plains, 30 miles east of Denver, what have you. But it is a pretty nice piece of property that's never been touched. I don't know how long we've had the lease. I haven't had a whole lot of time to prepare for this. It's calving season. We're busy here at our veterinary clinic. I would have loved to have more time to prep for this, but I know our lease, my great-grandfather homesteaded in the late 1800s in this area, and he actually owned a good portion of all of this land that you're talking about, where the Titan plant is and everything, and over the generations it's been sold, and different family members have kind of gotten away from it, but we're the last of the Mohicans here. We've hung in, my father and mother, I don't know if they're watching or not, I don't know what their technical skills are, but hopefully they're seeing this. But this has been, like Beth said, it's just one more chink taking some property away from agricultural usage. And I guess my main emphasis is there's got to be a better place. This is some nice virgin ground, and we have been leasing this thing for years and years. My great grandfather, I believe, leased it, and then it got split up between us and the Weissenses at one point. But that is my main concern, honestly. I know he talked about production. Obviously, it is. We utilize this. We run Red Angus cattle. My father would tell you we raise the best ones in the county. He spends a lot of money on bulls and such, and so it's been a really nice piece of property for us to utilize, in that there's very few neighbors, the Weissenses, and so we can actually put our cattle out there, put a bull with them that's of great value, and we don't have to worry about neighbors' cattle commingling or jumping the fence. The Weissenses are the only ones, and they don't usually turn their breeding season's a little different than ours, a little behind ours, so we usually don't have issues there. So it's been really nice for us to allow us to kind of have a little bit of an isolated piece of property out there to kind of improve our genetics, not have to worry about a ton of neighbors' cattle and such. I don't have familiar with all with that, but it becomes an issue if you're pasturing cattle next to other folks with bulls and such. So probably not. I'm shooting from the cuff here. I wasn't quite as prepared as Beth. She did a great job, but that's my main objection. Is I have to believe there's better pieces of property on the planet to mess up. We've never farmed this ground. It's never been farmed. It'll never be the way it was. I do object a little bit to solar panels. I did a little research in the last week. They talk about 100% no carbon footprint, which could not be further from the truth. There's going to be concrete out there. Concrete has to be made with some energy somewhere. You got pipes to hold up the solar panels. The solar panels are made out of something. They have to have factories that build them and generate them. I have a little article on my phone. It's really interesting. Mr. Google helped me out, but I believe it was called, something about how solar, I don't know if you can see this, but I'm going to hold it up. I don't know if y'all can see that. Can you see that?
Particularly well, no.
No.
I'll tell you what it says. It says solar energy isn't always as green as you think. So, you read into this stuff, and, a lot of production, a lot of silica. There has to be tons of mining done to make a solar panel. A lot of hydrochloric acid waste and things like that. It might not be happening here in Colorado. It's happening in China or someplace. But, we use solar panels. They're great for certain applications. We actually have a solar well on our half of that section out there that's been fabulous. It's great. It provides a little water to the livestock. But I don't know on a whole that I'm completely sold on solar. But Wind is a little bit better option for us because you can still utilize some agriculture uses. And so, you know, if I had my druthers, I'd much rather see some wind production out there as opposed to solar. But that's about all I got for you guys. Okay.
Well, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. And if you just hang with us in case there are questions as we continue the deliberation.
Absolutely. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Stuckey, I see you're up with us. If you'd like to share your thoughts or comments.
I know.
Okay, you back?
Yep, I am back. Hello.
Hi. Please introduce yourself for the record. Thanks.
Sure thing. Trying to start the video here. It's not cooperating with me. One moment. All right. I think I'm up.
Gotcha.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Matt Stuckey, Director of Solar Development for RWE Renewables. Mr. Rodenberg gave a brief overview of RWE. I don't have much to add there. I will say that RWE's predecessor in the US was E.ON Climate and Renewables. In case you haven't heard of RWE, perhaps you've heard of E.ON. And last year, E.ON Climate and Renewables combined with another company called Energy and changed its name to RWE. And as David said, we are a developer of wind and solar projects and battery storage projects across the United States. So we are in Colorado, primarily due to Xcel Energy's plans to reduce its carbon emissions in Colorado 85% from 2005 levels by 2030. And that's in line with the state law that requires a similar reduction in carbon emissions. Xcel does have a clean energy plan that was adopted in 2018. They're planning to submit an update to that plan later this month that calls for an addition of about 5,600 megawatts of new capacity, of which I think about 1,600 megawatts would be large-scale solar. So RWE is developing utility-scale solar projects in Colorado to compete for that business and help meet that demand. As Mr. Rodenberg said, the site does represent a good piece of property on which that's highly compatible with the solar projects. And in general, citing these projects, we are generally looking for flat, vacant property with few environmental constraints and a good solar resource that does in fact overlap quite a bit with you know, the same characteristics that farmers and ranchers are looking for in property. So we find ourselves developing next door to agricultural interests pretty commonly across the U.S. And we understand that presents can present a conflict in people's minds, and recognize that we need to do the development responsibly and be a good neighbor. So when it comes to building a project, if this project is constructed, we would minimize grading of the site and disturb as little land as is necessary to kind of get a nice flat level grade. The land is primarily flat as it is, with the exception of the waterway that runs through the center. And any land that's disturbed, we would look to revegetate with native seed mixes to both stabilize the soil and prevent erosion, and to also just get a good natural ground cover that wouldn't be overrun by invasive or noxious weeds. We would be required to put in place a vegetation management plan that would reduce the establishment and the spread of noxious weeds and fully understand the need to maintain that through the life of the project. Also wanted to mention that we have engaged with Colorado Parks and Wildlife early on in the development of this project. We've submitted a letter describing our proposed project, provided a list of state species, protected species that may have some potential to occur or to use the site. Colorado Parks and Wildlife did provide some feedback in the form of a letter making certain recommendations, which we do intend to adhere to, and that includes things like not fencing across Bolden Gulch, the waterway that flows through the site, to separate the actual development of the project into halves, allowing that water feature to kind of remain a corridor for wildlife movement through the area. Furthermore, to maintain a buffer of 300 feet from that waterway, to design the fencing in such a way that it excludes wildlife while also minimizing the potential for impaling deer, trying to jump over it. Doing things like conducting nest surveys so as not to disturb breeding birds during the construction phase, and also to survey burrows and work with CPW if any burrowing owls, swift foxes are identified. So that's really all I wanted to say. This project is in the very early phases of development. There many elements need to come together for a project to be built. That includes, of course, having site control on a piece of property, getting it permitted for the use, and then going through the interconnection process. As Mr. Rodenberg mentioned, connecting to the missile substation is where we would plan to connect this project to the grid. And that process of interconnecting a project is a multi-year project process that involves a couple of electrical engineering studies and plans that take some time to prepare. And we're at the very, very, very early stages of that process. And finally, once you have those elements of the development plan together, there's always the economic, the financial considerations, and having a contract in place. And the project really wouldn't be built unless a long-term contract is secured for the energy. So I'll stop there, answer any questions anyone may have. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Any questions for Mr. Stuckey at this time?
He said it was not.
Okay.
I do. I'm Nora licensing. Sorry. He mentioned that it's all flat land. Well, look at it. Maybe a quarter of it is very flat on our side.
It's hard, ma'am. It's hard to hear you. I don't know where your mic is.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Well, he mentioned that it's all flat.
That's not better.
Okay.
I have the volume up all the way. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
She's right next.
Okay, that's better.
I'll sit on her lap. How's that?
Yeah.
He mentioned, Mr. Suckley mentioned that, the ground is all pretty well flat and nice for their, for the solar panels. But when you leave the creek and go east, it's not flat. It's really a hillside that's going to be taken away. I would say out of the 320 that we have, I would say there'd be only a quarter of it that's really flat, and that would be the southwest quarter. Yeah, that would be, it's all flat. It's a beautiful flat where the grass is the best. But when you go to the east of that creek, it's not flat. I mean, if you were to walk it, you would see that there's draws that go up it, and it's not, as he said, it's just really a steep hillside. And I don't know what would happen if there wasn't grass and stuff there when we get heavy rains, that, it'll come erosion and stuff. I really have to disagree. I admit the 80 acres would help, but I really don't think that the solar panel should be put on that side hill because it's not flat.
Okay, thank you.
And the maps don't show that. You'd have to come out and really see it. You can look at all the maps you have. But to actually see that, it's just really, I just really have a problem losing all of that, just what we have to look at.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Discussion, thoughts, comments? Greg, you're on mute.
Before you bring it up, because I know you're very focused on how we communicate and when we communicate, the point was made a couple of times that notice on this was short. I think maybe folks were referring to notice about this meeting, but in your package, you'll see that they were notified. We sent a letter on December 21st, more than 3 months ago, and they responded very quickly. We had the response by January 11th. So our notice went out 3 months ago. I guess or is that 2 months? January, February, 2 months ago. So I just want to make sure you were comfortable with that before we got into the discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
That was, you were planning on this. That wasn't the notice about that we would have a meeting and that we could prepare and have stuff. Yeah, that was, yes, we did have that, but that's why we said no, we had objections. But nobody contacted us to let us know when we would have the time or the meeting. We didn't find out until the 26th of February that you were going to have this meeting. And we were told then to have anything submitted, it had to be on March 1st to have it on the docket for this meeting. That's the one we were contesting. Yes, we knew there was going to be a problem that you were planning. You try to get a planning lease. Yes, we knew that because we got that by mail. But we were talking about the meeting as of today. We didn't have hardly any time to prepare for this meeting to show all our stuff.
Okay, thank you. So this reminds me of our discussions to some degree over the past several months.
Bring it up on top.
Butterworth.
Is that Mr. Hanks? Okay.
And John Jay.
They're not on mute, so.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
This is Reed Hanks. I think my father and mother are trying to pipe up a little bit. I'm not sure why they're not coming through, but that was John Hanks trying to get through to you.
Yeah. John, you're on mute now. You were off mute.
Ask if you're on.
John?
Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. The thing that really bothers us really is you've just explained how we've had all this time to digest this and think about it. And we really don't know what we were supposed to digest. We need a little more information sometimes. And it seems like we've kind of been worked on your plans made. And then and in the plans, we are not included. So that's our feeling is this thing has kind of played its course and it's kind of done. And we would have rather had a little more input, maybe in the early stages, so we could maybe influence some of your decisions. But at this stage of the game, it's pretty hard to overcome the information that you've been given. So that's where we're at. My son had one good point. There's a lot of land that isn't good enough to farm, that doesn't work for grazing cattle, and it would be a great place for solar. And you're talking about saving the land and grading it, and taking care of the weeds. Well, what do you think's going to grow into those solar panels? Nothing. And there have been some solar things that we've heard about that didn't keep going. So if you jerk those solar panels off there, what are you going to have left? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Hanks. Yeah, for the record, that was Mr. John Hanks making comment.
Can I pipe in? I have a question. Maybe it's for the gentleman from the solar company. I was curious as to what the cost is for transmission lines. I mean, is that a I know this one's close to a transmission line. That would be fabulous if they chose to put it in there. Obviously, there's planning, this, that, and the other that goes along with that. But once again, is it the amount of money that they're throwing at this project? Man, it looks like they could build some transmission lines and once again choose a piece of ground that's not virgin soil. Like I say, the way God put it there, never been farmed, never been touched. That's going away in this country. And there's farm ground out there. There's some old sand blow hills. There's a lot of places I guess they could put up a solar farm and maybe run a power line. So if that's the only indication of using this piece of property, which I feel like that's a pretty strong money saver for these folks, is they want to save money. They want to build it next to the power grid. And I hate calling it a solar farm because to me it's a solar grid. It's certainly not a solar garden. These things they're not very attractive. His pictures were from drones. Beth had better pictures from the ground. I mean, they're just not very appealing, and I don't think they're very environmentally sound. So my goal would be to I don't know if the state land board has properties that possibly a transmission line to some less desirable or just non-quality property would be a better deal.
Thank you. I appreciate that's one of the challenges we face and solar faces is proximity to transmission lines or substations, those sorts of things. But if I could just make some clarification, maybe David. So, and I'm not certain this necessarily has. If I'm reading this, this initial planning lease was back in 2017. And if I'm making the connection to sort of the previous months, we were looking at these planning leases very much exploratory, somewhat speculative, no real understanding of the likelihood that it would turn into a production lease. Is that fair?
Yeah, when the lease was originally issued back in that time period, that's correct.
Yeah, and so then this comes up, and had it stayed, they wished to exercise a 1-year extension, which typically would, likely be considered and granted. But we asked them, hold on, we've sort of updated our processes and procedures, and so, we're asking them now to just reapply. But as they're reapplying today, and what we have learned, and you certainly can look at the layout of the adjoining landscape, there is existing solar there. So, for us as commissioners, learning from the past, in approving this planning lease, I think from my perspective, there's a higher likelihood than not that this becomes a production lease. And perhaps I'm stating the obvious, but I think there was a time, particularly on, when we were approving these, we weren't prepared to say something like that or believe something like that. And I think, I think the issues or the challenges are obvious, at least in my mind. Like, you look at the financial return, and I mean, the solar development. I mean, if we're wearing our financial return hat, one might say that the decision is easy. We're wearing our stewardship hat and understanding, that there is impact on the development of these solar fields, for lack of a better term. I don't know that makes sense. Then we've got the pressures of sort of state objectives, and then certainly impact on our lessees. I guess one question I sometimes feel like, do we have and Greg, don't get mad at me if we've reviewed this 1,000 times, but Like, do we have a solar plan, like whereby, you know, I feel like in some circumstances we've been more reactive rather than proactive, where we've, you know, it's the developers have identified the parcels versus us sort of identifying, you know, we sort of understand this and here are the ideal parcels.
I think the answer is no, we don't have a plan. We made some efforts in past years to work with the governor's energy office to get the information we might need to create a plan, which would be transmission capacity, substation locations, demand, demand locations. And the short answer is I don't think we can create a plan. I think we are going to be, to use your term, reactive. The development community knows where the demand is, they know where the capacity is, they know where they're inclined to go. We are going to have to look at each one of these projects through the lens of the land board as they come along. Staff, I think a longer answer to your question is staff has certainly become more cognizant of the impacts, and we try to look broadly, as I think you see in the cover sheet, we try to understand as best we can what the impacts to a lessee might be, what the stewardship questions and issues might be, and as you pointed out, the trade-off in revenue, that for better or worse, these projects are a priority for state government, priority for the utilities, and when we choose to put them on state trust land, they earn revenues that are 100 times what we earn from agriculture, and it will always be an impact on the lessee. There's no way around that. It will be an impact to an individual lessee every time we look at one of these.
Commissioner Heath.
Right. I guess I want to ask you to expand on the statement, Greg, that you've spoken to the energy office and there's no way we could think about some plan. There's clearly got to be an idea because of where the transmission lines are and where the topography is appropriate, that they have some intent or thought. Has that not been shared, or is there not such a plan? Or
I'll start an answer while I ask if Chris Smith is available to answer more fully. Initially, a few years ago, the information we wanted was considered to be of a national security nature. So knowing where substations were, what transmission capacity was not publicly shared in any sort of usable format. I think that's changing, and we are trying to work with the governor's energy office again. But Chris, did you come on?
Yep.
Yeah. Could you add to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Greg's absolutely right. Up until about 3 years ago, the utilities did not share their power line data. They didn't share necessarily where they were, but they also didn't share the capacity of the data. And still, it's hard to, the capacity is not public. Commissioner, to your question about working with the Colorado Energy Office, it's funny, just this week I've had several discussions with the Colorado Energy Office, with NREL, with the State Department of Agriculture. We've talked with CPW, and we're all sort of trying to share information around, we know where the overall resources, we know where the solar is, we also know where the power lines are, and so that is really the biggest criteria for these. And then from there, it's how to mitigate and minimize or avoid the impacts. And so what we've been talking about with these groups is best management practices and how this can play out going forward. So I think.
Can I ask to be clear? The impacts for the most part that are being discussed right now are to wildlife, perhaps but not to lessees per se, not to agricultural operators. I'm sorry.
That's mostly correct. I met yesterday with the renewable energy lead with the Department of Agriculture, and so it wouldn't be just wildlife, but it would also be soils and the productivity of the land.
Thanks.
So.
Because it feels like every single one of these sort of heart-wrenching decisions about whether we're going to trade agricultural land for alternative energy is going to continue until we have some kind of bigger roadmap for where are the best places that optimize our commitments for stewardship of the land, and also, of course, our commitment to alternative energy. So it's worth.
And I would say that's, you know, in these discussions, there is a lot of land. The primary from a standpoint of you know, natural resources, a lot of the land is similar, and so we're talking about where the power lines are and where the solar resource is, and then understanding that it's going to have an impact. How do we minimize that impact?
Yeah.
Commissioner Carney, just a quick moment. I do see a hand raised by our attendee. We will get to public comment, so we recognize there are people who have comment beyond who we've heard from thus far. But if you just hold on, let me hear from our commissioners. Commissioner Carney.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. I know when we're talking about finding land that's not anymore, all land is pretty valuable, but I mean, I know Chris Smith, when you're in some of these talks, I sound like a broken record, but I think one area that may need to be looked at is bringing the transmission lines to a less productive area like Crowley County, where the farm ground has been dried up. I mean, I know it sounds far off, but it seems like a win-win for everything.
I think you're absolutely right, Commissioner Carney. And just last week, Xcel Energy announced its plans that it's partnering with all the other utilities in the state to do just that. They've got their Power Pathways project, which is really just a circular 345 kilovolt line that runs sort of east out from northern Colorado, takes a right turn near Eads and goes down towards Lamar, and then comes up the Arkansas River Valley. So I think while it's a long-term project, you're absolutely right, and I think that's in the works.
Okay. Let me go ahead and take public comment. I see Maggie Hanna has her hand up. Nick, if you could bring her forward.
No way.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Your favorite visitor here to just report a similar sentiment. I just want to acknowledge the challenges of these two families as a fellow producer who's faced these discussions. And I know you guys have all heard my opinions on our solar development, but I want to thank Commissioner Carney for bringing up the conversation about using already disturbed landscapes that may be able to serve that capacity in a more productive and less impactful way for some of our existing ag producers. And I also want to just reiterate hope, and I thank Commissioner Heath for bringing this up, that we might be able to put together a landscape scale plan. If this is really the path we're going to pursue, I just have a hard time understanding how these leases are still only happening in 600-acre increments, and they're kind of all over the place. So I appreciate.
Oh, you just put yourself on mute.
Thank you. I also want to just acknowledge and maybe bring a couple things to the 30,000-foot view. These are not just ag operations or lessees that are being impacted. This is a veterinarian's operation, and these families work together not only to farm and ranch, but they work together to support our rural economies. They support our rural infrastructure, and I just think we lose sight of just 5 or 6 lessees, and we will continue to have these sort of heart-wrenching conversations on small handfuls of ag producers, but I just really worry that we are degrading the infrastructure of our rural communities in a way that will have pretty scary lasting impacts. And I also, to Reed's point, I really am concerned that, you know, our native grasslands, our native prairie grasslands are our best sequester of carbon. And as we face this climate conversation, importing solar panels from other countries where they are mined and produced is not a carbon neutral footprint. And I worry that like we will lose these landscapes that have the ability to actually take carbon out of our atmosphere and use it. So I just wanted to make those points. Look forward to seeing you at every meeting from here on out.
All right. For the record, that was Maggie Hanna making public comment. All right. Is it fair for me to link this decision to the previous discussions around El Paso County and you know the concerns we expressed? We heard from our lessees who made, you know, I believe cases of, you know, of concern that we've heard from Ms. Hanna before.
Was that a rhetorical question?
No, there was a question in there. Yeah, a directed question.
Well, I guess
staff
I would
or
just
the
point.
other commissioners.
Okay. I was just going to say, if you were going to link them, from staff's perspective, I don't think we think they're linked. I think in El Paso County, we were talking about the impact on 15,000 acres, and the scale of it and the et cetera was somewhat unique. But it's certainly your prerogative to link them if you believe they should be.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I wanted your perspective. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. I think we're all feeling the same tension, and we support the governor's renewable energy goals. We certainly want to be good stewards of the land, but the rubber hits the road when we have to get to specific parcels and what that impact is on lessees. And I feel like we're in this, you know, we're picking winners and losers, and there's no, I'm sorry with Commissioner Heath, I'm not sure how to navigate this from either a good process perspective or from a bigger picture. What are we, you know, what's the goal we're really trying to get after? And there is no balance with stewardship in this mix, right? We're going to have to choose one or the other. And candidly, I'm getting a little warmed by the questions because it puts us in that really untenable position. And, you know, obviously we haven't been on the site, and I'm not sure what the topography is, et cetera, but there's a reason, you know, the company has chosen this specific site. You can't deny the financial positive impact on the trust, which we're all worried about in terms of supporting schools in the state. But I understand the conservation concerns. I understand the impacts. So I'm feeling a little stuck with this, and I'm guessing I'm not really alone in that perspective.
Mr. Christopher.
Yeah, commissioners, I thought maybe it'd be helpful to talk about, you know, why we chose this site, or why, you know, Mr. Stuckey chose this site. But largely it's because of a couple different things. Number one, of course, there's a solar resource. Number two, there's power lines and a substation right next door. Number three, there is already disturbance next door with the Titan solar project. And then number four, it's its proximity to the metro area where the power will be used. And so as far as kind of picking winners and losers, we're looking at it from that standpoint. And then when and if this goes to development, that's when we would bring in the best management practices to try to mitigate the on-site stuff. But I would also note that on every one of these, there's, I mean, 98% of our land is leased for agriculture. And so I think every one of them, there's going to be an ag lessee.
I appreciate that. I mean, but those all four of those reasons or rationales is exactly why we were looking at that corridor in El Paso County.
Yeah.
So it's like,
sure.
I feel like if we make a decision here, we're making it. We're simply making a financial decision, and I don't know where this is going. I feel like if we make a decision today, we're also putting ourselves in a to approve this would be then creating a precedent.
This is conservation.
I would offer to the commissioners, if we had a map of where projects should go, this site, based on the criteria Chris described, this would be on the map. If you've heard a suggestion today from the lessees, and it's a valid one, if you want to take a step and say that the state land board will only consider these projects on previously disturbed ground, that will change the map significantly. It might actually take us out of the business, but that's the distinction. That's the only distinction I can think of that you could add to our selection criteria that would fundamentally take this property or another property off the table, is if you only want to consider these on, it would be crop land or land that had been disturbed by some other previous use. And so it wouldn't be native grasses. And that's valid.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking to the section on Lowry, and the discussion there was like the quality of the ground was like below average, or it was in a corner, and it wasn't really useful for grazing, or the quality for grazing. And then same thing when down in Pueblo, like I feel like the description of the land that we put under planning indoor production was like low quality. And I guess here those pictures, I get it. Like they're taken in great flush times. I don't know if we saw exactly the land, but it sounds like it's still production quality land that we'd be pulling out. And thus far, I'm just having a recollection. I could be wrong. Maybe there are examples where we did take good ground, but I don't know. That's sticking with me.
I will just mention, I took most of those photos in the last 3 years. This year, it definitely didn't look like that. It's been a really dry, droughty year, and I think it's been like that across Colorado. But a lot of those were taken in 2019 after a lot of big snows and things that we've had. But so we're hoping they look like that again. Obviously, it's not like that every year, but it is still productive ground, and it is very useful.
Thank you. Director Ryan, did you?
I was going to offer to screen share just to provide a little context again, a visual aid of a map here, and I totally acknowledge the trade-offs that you all are talking about. And let's see if I can do this without screwing up. Are you all seeing a screen yet with a map? Okay.
Yes.
So the parcel we're talking about is the blue here. Next to it, this thing that says Titan Solar, that is already the giant solar, I don't want to call it a farm because I agree with Mr. Hanks. It's a utility scale grid. This is the substation that Public Services built. It's there, it exists, and the power line's running up and down this road. So that's some of what drove the choice of this site. Is it's next to panels, next to substations, next to a power line. And if we scroll out just a little, this is I-70 here down in the corner. So you're reasonably close to Denver. I just wanted to provide that context. I don't think it changes from the discussion we're having about this unquestionably has an impact. And yet the utilities have gone and put out goals that, you know, they're going to be X% renewable by X date. And in order to hit those goals, this is getting developed ahead of some of the power lines, the new line that Chris talked about. That's years and $2 billion away. And that might make some more land available in Crowley County. But in the meantime, folks are scrambling to do this to meet the public commitments they've made around the percentage of their energy that they're going to get from renewables. So I hope that was helpful. Thank you for.
I mean, no, if I like, I see that, I understand that, but then next month we're going to have another lease in front of us, and it's going to be another ag lessee that says I don't want this. And so, like, in my mind, this might shift if we were saying that we've identified these parcels, and we, the land board, have decided, you know, in order to meet our objectives, balance these things, we're going to our lessees and saying, we've decided change of use. And, you know, because if we don't do that, then it is subsequent meetings, we identify new parcels, and it's going to be, you know, it's going to be people who've been on the land for a long time. They're going to be talking about the wildlife impact. They're going to be talking about all of the various things, which are real considerations. And I'm not really interested in putting ourselves in that position. And as I say this, I don't feel good that I don't necessarily have a proposed solution, you know, or an alternative, but that's just sort of what's going through my head. Commissioner Heath.
Well, I want to defer to Mr. Hanks because I know our participants, but then I would like to speak.
Thank you. I don't have a button on my computer to push, so I did it old fashioned.
Yeah.
You know, I believe even when David was out, he talked about this ground being average to good. I don't know who came up with average to good. We would say good to excellent. I'm pretty sure the licensees and my family as well. And it really just, I know they keep saying, well, there's a solar panel grid next to this, so therefore it makes this ground good for that. That's nothing could be further from the truth. The property that they built that pre-existing Titan farm on was, in my mind, kind of worthless farm ground. A farmer couldn't make a living on it. Here comes a solar company. Let's throw a solar farm up on it, as well as the one that's in this project right now. We used to lease that ground actually directly south of this section. And I got to be honest with you, when it actually went to sale years ago. It was native ground. Actually, it had been farmed years ago, but a farmer bought it. He plowed it up just so he could double his money on it. He sold it a couple years later to a gentleman who I believe owns it now, who hasn't raised much of a crop on it for a few years. And now here we go. The same thing has happened. Here comes a solar company waving money in front of them. And, you know, I get the point. They want the money. The land board needs the money. If we're going to base our judgment just because the adjacent property houses a solar grid, you know, why do we have Central Park in New York? I mean, it'd be a great place for skyscrapers, but you know, it just doesn't make sense to me to take a nice virgin. This is virgin ground. I tell people this ground is the way God put it there. Hasn't been farmed. Best pictures are spot on, and it's just disturbing to see, like you say, agriculture just kind of take it in the short shed again. So. That's I guess, and I still would like to have a question answered is what it costs to put a power line in. I know he mentioned briefly you're making a circle grid or something, but yeah. I mean, is it so cost prohibitive to not be able to make transmission lines, which are much less detrimental to the environment?
I would suggest
I'll defer to the gentleman from the solar company, but when I was involved in land development, it was about $1 million a mile.
Yeah.
Which is nothing to those guys, probably.
Yeah.
Well,
but yeah, I don't want to go down that path.
I don't either,
Mr. Hanks, if you want to ask Mr. Stuckey after the meeting,
I'll do it.
You can
go
that direction. Commissioner Heath.
Commissioner Heath. Could we, I mean, I feel like it's within our mission. If we as the land board could reach out to the Office of Energy as well as the Agricultural Office and propose some kind of conversation. I mean, we spent a lot of time on PAP And believe me, this is a lot more important, and this is a great deal more of what the future is going to look like. To come up with some kind of plan where we can meet the alternative energy goals and yet respect the land that we're all working so hard to preserve in little pieces. It just feels like it would make sense to have that conversation with some recommendations from those three groups.
Commissioner, I think we've engaged in that. I just want to give you fair warning. It's not a quick, it will be a years-long process. Months long to a year to 2 years. We will, if you're waiting for that answer, and you're certainly entitled to say that's what you'd all like to do, we will not be in the business for a couple of years.
But I mean, to that, really quick, to that point, I mean, these are 40-year, these are long-term commitments, if I'm not mistaken. How long is solar leases? 40 years? Ish? Is that right? 40 years?
Yeah, yes, they would match the power purchase agreement. In the past, we've done them for 20 years.
Okay, yeah. So a year, and knowing that's where the direction we're heading, it seems
if that's
reasonable.
If that's where you'd like to go, I'd suggest you vote on this item and then ask staff to come back with a policy review and decide what you want to do about the entire line of business.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Shaw?
I certainly think it's worth taking a time out because we're going to be wrestling with this, as we've said, almost every meeting. So I think it's worth taking a year, 18 months to bring the right people in so we can look at the economics of it. We can look at the environmental issues. So
Christopher?
I'm certainly in favor of that.
Okay, thank you. Christopher?
Yes, I'd like to say I do have a meeting with the Colorado Energy Office set up for next Wednesday, and I have a meeting with the Department of Agriculture and NREL and the Department of Energy Office set up for March 26th. The topic of discussion is specific to our land, and I would echo Greg's comment that none of the Colorado Energy Office has worked on small scale stuff. They haven't worked on something this large. And so what we've talked about really is a GIS, looking at mapping to say, where's the transmission lines, where's the resource? And then it'll encompass a huge swath of our land on the Eastern Plains will be sort of eligible for solar. And then we're planning on working on more detailed best management practices for development. So I think what we're talking about is in the works. But I would also like to echo that sort of the opportunity with solar is happening right now. And Xcel Energy is starting to, get their portfolio together right now. So waiting a year to do any more renewables, we could miss the market.
Well, I don't know that it necessarily means like, I mean, I'm thinking about, we've considered planning leases, and when there's no objection, then, I mean, we've had rationale, and, as I say that too, though, I mean, you're still disturbing land. And so that might not be a good measure. If we're going to take a timeout, we're taking a timeout. But to Greg's point, maybe on this issue, are we at a place, commissioners, to vote on the proposed solar planning lease that staff has recommended? Or maybe Commissioner Carney, Commissioner Scanlon, do you need further discussion on making a decision on this issue?
Well, Greg, I think it's sort of the cart before the horse. I mean, if there's an alternative that we could suggest by coming up with some better criteria, I'm uncomfortable making an up or down decision on this one right now.
Well, I don't know that, I mean, it seems to me we would have to we would not approve the solar planning lease for the purposes of, I mean, since like this isn't, hey, come back to us next month with this information
I
and
get
we'll
it.
make a decision. So I feel
Mhm.
like we either approve it or we don't approve it.
I agree, Gary.
Commissioners, I have pictures up right now that I could easily share with you, but it seems like a lot of this decision is around the idea that when you put solar on the land, you know, you're using a lot of concrete and you're paving over it, you're grading land. These are pictures that were taken earlier this week on a property on our land that Lindsay and Ben took. And it may be helpful to just see a picture of what these look like. I know the board has toured these, but they're not, I think, nearly as impactful as some people think they are. So I'm happy to share those pictures.
I don't need
Sure.
to see. I mean, I've seen
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Aware. So, Commissioner Scanlon.
I am struggling. We've had a couple of these today.
I know.
I know, to be serious. You know, I could have voted easily a couple of ways, but I'm only struggling because I think we just aren't sure what the right criteria is for us to weigh against the decision. And I don't want to, I'm hesitant to move forward. I understand exactly the implications of this, though. It's a no vote if we do that. And then, you know, where are we and what we can't even define a timeout, you know? I just think it's going to be case after case after case after case. And they're right now all case by case sort of reviews. We as a commission have not come to even our own understanding of how we want to evaluate these. I 100% get why this makes sense for this company to want this lease.
No.
And I get the proximity to the utility, the infrastructure, and all of these other things. We just have never put that in the context of how do we balance it against our dual missions as a commission. And I think we still have a question about that.
Yeah.
And overarching, of course, it is certainly more money. So I'm not giving you an answer, but I'm hesitant at the moment. I'm really trying to find a place even personally for me to base my own decision on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm having some challenge by that.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I have you hear me?
Yes, sir.
This is John Hanks again.
Yes.
And there's one thing that hasn't been mentioned here, and it's fairly important, I think. We have a well. It's good soft water well on this piece of property. I think Wysensees do also. And I don't think there's probably been any research done on it. Just east of this piece of property, probably miles, it's not possible to drill a well. There's no water down there. Those people that have that property are either piping water in or hauling water in. So you have a piece of property, you have some water underneath it. And maybe that should be a determining factor also. That's all I have to say.
Is there a commissioner who is comfortable making a motion on this item? I believe, Ed, I have the liberty to make a motion, given that we're a small body. I would move that we do not approve the proposed solar planning lease with RWE Solar Development LLC as presented today and proposed today. And I would say with the desire or direction to staff or the agency to make an effort to lead a broader multi-agency discussion on a broader plan. Maybe I should take out multi-agency. Maybe I should just sort of keep it to our agency, but certainly encourage, there are other agencies that are putting pressure on us. So that would be my motion. And I might ask for a second.
Second.
Okay.
Can I propose a slight amendment to your motion, Gary?
Okay, really quick. It was moved by me, Gary Butterworth, second by Commissioner Carney. And we have a proposed amendment from Commissioner Scanlon.
I just don't want this in any way to be viewed as we don't support solar development in the state, because we do.
Correct.
And as well as other alternative forms of energy.
Yes.
I don't want that message to be out there. We just want to make sure we're doing it in the right way to support our missions as an organization.
Yeah. Is it fair to say our objective is to create a comprehensive plan?
Yes. Thank you.
To support solar development, within our agency.
Totally agree that solar development or alternative energy while maintaining the commitment to stewardship of the land.
Yes. Okay.
I'm equally good with that.
Okay. So we had a motion, a second, and additional language that we wanted to added to the motion to ensure that our objectives and understandings about creating a comprehensive plan and approach to solar development on state agency lands has been accepted. Is there any further discussion? All right, if you are in favor of the motion, which is to not approve of the proposed solar planning lease, indicate by saying aye. If you oppose that motion, indicate by saying no. Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw? You're on mute.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Recognize staff. I understand the work. We all understand the tensions that we all feel both internally and externally, and we appreciate your work, and we're here to help and be a thought partner within this. For our guests, our lessees, and Mr. Stuckey, appreciate your time this afternoon and testimony on this matter.
Thanks for listening to us. Thank you.
Yeah, Gary, I appreciate this. You've renewed my faith a little bit in these boards today. Beth and I are probably emotional, but we didn't think this was going to go down this way. So thank you guys.
Well,
thank you.
I would say that as you all work with your own local elected officials and the folks you choose to represent you, we need to talk about how we can achieve an appropriate balance, because we're all very committed to what I think is the future of alternative energy, and yet we need to hear the voices for whom that has impact, and to try to find, as we have done in some other areas, including the PAP, common ground where we can support both of those goals in appropriate ways. So I would encourage you both both families to be involved in those conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner Heath. David, did you have a?
Yeah, David Rodenberg with the real estate section. I just wanted to ask the board for a little bit of clarity. We do have other solar planning leases that are probably, within 6 months to a year. I can't predict when they're going to come to us and want to move forward with those, but is the board suggesting that we don't issue any more planning leases until we have this comprehensive report done before we come back to the board with any more planning leases, or am I misunderstanding?
My sense is we're looking for a comprehensive plan, but perhaps, this is new information, this is a new decision, and I'd probably want to give staff the opportunity to process this, and maybe at next month's board meeting, brief us on the implication of what we've conveyed to you as our vision.
I also think it would be, this is Commissioner Shaw, it would be very instructive to continue to have conversations with those that are doing planning leases and not interrupt that flow of dialogue.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Thank you all. If it's okay with commissioners, we'll move on to our next item. And Ben, this better be a layup. My head hurts.
This is Christine real quickly. I also want to acknowledge Maggie Hanna's persistence with this question.
Sure.
And continue to raise it with us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're on to item 2D, no surface occupancy in Arapahoe County, tab 9. Ben?
Yes, thank you, commissioners. Can you guys see my screen right now?
We can.
All right, excellent, thank you. For the record, Ben Teschner, I am the solid minerals manager and also responsible for no surface occupancy agreements. And this item is about a no surface occupancy agreement in Arapahoe County. And here you'll see an air photo of the property we're looking at, or we're considering. So the big takeaway here is this would be compensation for a stranded resource while facilitating a renewable energy development. And I want to, I've put a picture of a solar development here because the surface owner, who is not us, we own only the minerals on this parcel. The surface owner is planning to lease their surface for solar energy development. I want to give you a little review on no surface occupancy agreements because they're a little bit, they can be a little bit unique. In Colorado, the surface and the mineral estate of a piece of property can be owned by different people. And we issue no surface occupancy agreements to surface owners only on split estate, where we own the minerals as the land board and some other party owns the surface. Because the mineral estate in Colorado is considered the dominant estate, the agreement gives the surface owner protection against surface disturbance by the mineral owner. So the, the mineral owner would have the right to reasonable surface disturbance in order to extract their minerals. And in this type of agreement, the mineral owner is saying that I will not disturb the surface. In these agreements, the mineral owner is then compensated for loss of lost mineral development potential. According to our policies, these no surface occupancy agreements are addressed in our oil and gas policy, which is 500-001. And the board has given staff authority to issue these without coming to the board for up to 20 years in situations where they cannot, where they do not strand mineral potential. And we have standard rates in that policy of $3 per acre per year or $500 a year, whichever is greater. And of course, the $500 a year would kick in small parcels. And the reason you're seeing this particular no surface occupancy agreement come before you is that this one presses against each of these three requirements in ways that I'll explain here momentarily. So let's talk about the details of this particular no surface occupancy agreement in Arapahoe County. The term for this one would be 41 years. The reason for the extended term is the surface owner is hoping to lease the ground to a solar developer whose length of project is 40 years. So we're trying to align with that, and they have requested that. That would make the agreement end in 2026 or 2062, excuse me. The land board would receive almost $40,000 for the agreement, all paid up front. And this would cover 110 acres. Again, this is mineral estate only. The State Land Board currently has a oil and gas lessee on this section who has leased the right to develop the minerals on the whole section. So the agreement will need to be between the land board, the surface owner, who is MBM Properties and leasing to Hunter Solar, and our oil and gas lessee, Axis Exploration, who I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. We have approached Axis Exploration about this. They have one well on the property, which is not located in the area of the no surface occupancy agreement, which I'll discuss more in a second. This NSO is again on 110 acres located in Arapahoe County. The property is about 6 miles to the east of our Lowry Range property. If we zoom in on the property, the area in gray is where we own mineral estate. The sort of salmon colored, box there is where Axis Exploration has a lease with us to develop oil and gas. And the star, the salmon star, is where Axis currently has a drilled well. When we approached Axis, they have told us that they do not believe that this agreement, excuse me, let me step back. The no surface occupancy agreement would be for the 110 acres shown in white. When we approached Axis Exploration, they told us that they do not believe that this NSO would prohibit in any way the development of oil and gas on the property or from the mineral estate. So let's talk a little bit more about how we arrived at this value of close to $40,000. We took the standard rate in this case because this is a small parcel, less than 160 acres. It goes to $500 per year. And then we added, or we considered the mineral development potential on the property and added a few things to that. So because of our consultation with Axis Exploration, we do not believe there will be any effect on our ability to develop oil and gas. So we did not add a charge for that. According to the Colorado Geological Survey, this particular section has good potential for sand and gravel. And therefore, by signing this NSO, we would be effectively stranding the sand and gravel mining potential on this property. We added $2.50 per acre per year to the NSO for that, for the stranding of that resource. And then obviously an extended term, is particularly beyond 20 years, comes with a more risk to the land board because there could be a resource that we don't know about that is on the property that we may be stranding that we just don't know. So because of that risk for the years 21 through 41, we took the previous things I described and multiplied it by 1.5 to address that extended risk for the longer term. And staff believe that this is appropriate compensation given the realities of the parcel. So staff's recommendation is that the board approve a 41-year no surface occupancy agreement to MBM Properties with the oil and gas lessee Axis Exploration as party to the agreement as well.
All right, thanks, Ben.
And here's the exact board order as appears in your board packet.
Okay.
So the commissioners are aware I have Jeremy Chanier on the call, I believe, as well as and he represents Axis Exploration, and Michelle Zimmerman, who represents Hunter Solar and is also representing the MBM Properties as well.
Okay, thank you, Ben. I see Michelle has her hand up, so if we could promote her.
On the way, Commissioner.
Hi, Michelle. Welcome.
Commissioner Butterworth, it's great to have you. Ben, thank you so much for that presentation. And it's wonderful to see some familiar faces, Commissioner Scanlon, Commissioner Heath, and it was great to see some familiar CPW faces, and of course, Assistant Director Vilsack. I met some of you, I think, I was the former chair of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. I served on that commission for 8 years. So I know I've met some of you when we used to have CPW State Land Board shared joint meetings every now and again. I think over in Glenwood was maybe our last one. But I'm happy to answer any additional questions about this. I also just wanted to speak the last conversation everyone had. You know, I brought this up a lot when I was at CPW. There are some groups, as Chris mentioned, with that are the Brightfields Project is working on interagency, trying to come up with where are the transmission lines, where are the substations, where do we have prime agriculture, where do we have wildlife movement areas, where do we have important wetlands, and what lands could be good for solar development or renewable energy development, and what lands should we just say no? You know, serving as a commissioner and having a background in natural resource management and nonprofit conservation work, there's some places where we just need to say no. So I really appreciate that conversation. I started in nonprofit management for 10 years in conservation, and then of course have moved over in the last 10 years to renewable energy development. I've been doing this for a long time now. I'm happy to chat with any of you guys or answer any questions, you know, on that. I know this is completely off this particular agenda item, but I just, you know, couldn't help my heart rate going up, as I know everyone else's was as well. Just, I've worked on this so much, and I've you know, plenty of information to provide. I've worked with David Rodenberg, who's amazing. Your staff is wonderful. So happy to provide impact on ways we can mitigate wildlife impacts, ways we can, you know, I've worked with Department of Ag, former director Dan Brown, on, okay, if all the solar that we think could be built, what percentage of ag land would really be lost? Would it be 4% or 40%? So there's definitely some information out there we can gather, and that's already been gathered. But anyway.
I think that's a great offer, and I would love us to be able to take advantage of that.
And I think you already are. I think that you know, your staff's already obviously on that, but I'm happy to you know, work with David or Ben or anyone else, or if any of you just, I think Christine might have my number, so if any of you guys want to give me a call, that's fine. But with regard to this agenda item, yes, we are developing a solar project on private land, and as Ben mentioned, we just need to make sure that you know, we're not putting solar panels where you guys want to be developing your mineral rights, and we don't want you in the future to have to try to come develop mineral rights where we already have solar panels. So we're just trying to split up the sandbox here and make sure we do it in a way that makes everyone feel justly compensated and heard.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions for Michelle? Okay.
Michelle, it sounds like you were listening to the last discussion. How would you compare the agricultural productivity of this land versus the land we just discussed?
Yeah, Arapahoe County, and so, you know, obviously for the last conversation too, Arapahoe County they're good. Those commissioners and those planners, they're pretty strict. They want to know, because that's their ag land, you know, that's their comp plan too. So I had to do a whole summary of, hey, for this project, what kind of ag land are we losing? And again, as was mentioned, this is a 570 acre project. It is mostly on leases on private land. It's all leases on private land. It's in an area that's already seen a lot of industrial. There's a substation, there's transmission lines running both north, south, east, west. There's the Arapahoe County Eastern Service Center. So there's some stuff, that water tower is there. There's some stuff there already. It's not just pristine ag land. And then on top of that 570 acres, none of it has been grazed in the last 20 years that any of the ag leases or owners can remember. And about, let's see, 200 acres and about 100 acres. So about 300 acres has been farmed for wheat historically. So we are losing wheat productivity by putting this solar project in at this location.
But am I right that the county is looking at that also as part of their permitting process? And is that kind of unique and novel with Arapahoe County versus some of the others? Or is there a playbook here we can follow, Michelle?
Yeah, you know, I hope not. And of course, you know, it's tough with state land board, CPW, a lot of these folks, we don't have teeth, you know, we don't have the jurisdiction. The county in this situation does. So, you know, I know it's something Elbert County looks at. I think it's something that Pueblo has looked at. I don't know if other counties, you know, like Rio Blanco, I did a project out there, it wasn't something that they were looking at. So I think it's county by county. And I know CPW has worked hard with counties to make sure that the authority with jurisdiction, the county implements recommendations from CPW or from state land boards. So there's definitely some coordination there. But yeah, in Arapahoe County, yes, they are very concerned with loss of ag land. And so I would think it would be really helpful for state land board to or whatever groups are already working on this effort. I mentioned Brightfields. I don't know if that's the one that staff was mentioning, but I think it would be, yeah, smart to engage the counties since they have the jurisdiction in most of these situations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions for Michelle, Commissioner Scanlon?
Not a question, but just a thanks.
Oh.
Appreciate your
Thank
comments.
you.
Any help you might be able to offer. And thanks for being here.
Thank you. I know it's tough to do these meetings on Zoom, so I appreciate you guys.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Michelle. Any further discussion? Any additional public comment? Any of our attendees wish to make comment? Raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Simply read what's on our screen. Somebody.
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of March 10, 2021, the board determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to approve a no surface occupancy agreement with MPM Properties LLC in Arapahoe County for 41 years and other terms as presented in the board packet. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Thank you. Been moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Any further discussion? If in favor, we'll do a roll call vote. If in favor of the motion, say aye. If opposed, say no. Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. I would like to take a 5-minute break. It's almost 2:10, so if we could reconvene at 2:15, and hopefully we'll get through the rest of the meeting at that time. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We will reconvene a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, March 10th, 2021. A reminder that the meeting is being conducted via Zoom web conferencing. We are in our final actions and we're at item 2E, Teague Ranch Acquisition, tab 10, and William Woolston.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much, Commissioner Butterworth. I'm very pleased to present the Teague Ranch proposed acquisition in Morgan County to you this afternoon. Before I get started, I would like to introduce and tell you that Mr. and Mrs. Teague, the current owners of the ranch, are on the join the meeting, and they are here to answer any questions you might have during or after the presentation. So with that, I'll just take off and I'll tell you, this ranch is one of the best opportunities that I have seen to buy a ranch in extremely good condition with very good management, with quite an incredible potential upside that goes along with this ranch. I can tell you, with the first time I went out to see this ranch, there were 3 things that jumped out at me fairly soon as we were going through the ranch. One, the condition of the property is incredible. The land base has been cared for incredibly well. We were in a dry year this year, and we were still in forage that I had not seen on a ranch all year. This ranch is in the best condition of any ranch I was on in 2020.
William, can I interrupt you? Are
Yes.
you advancing your, I think you're advancing your slides.
I did not mean to be.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I
Good.
apologize.
Because they didn't advance.
Okay, yeah, no, I will in a second. Thank you.
Okay.
The second thing that became apparent very rapidly was the management capabilities of the owners of this ranch and the job that they had done on the ground. Incredible job. They're professional people that really know agribusiness and know how to run a property. And it showed through brilliantly as we went through this ranch. The third thing that I want to spend a little time on was I found that Mr. Teague said that he was working with a consultant named Greg Simons. Greg Simons is somebody who I first became aware of the year after I graduated from high school. So it's been a while ago. Greg was at a speaking event with Alan Savory, and honestly, Greg was the one that just blew me away. He's a young guy. At that time, he was a young guy who was managing Deseret ranches in 3 states, a very large ag opportunity for him. And he was a young guy at that time, and he was a young gun. But he just turned the lights on for me that day, made me realize how you can really look at land management through many different lenses in many different ways. And he's remained a leader in the land management and wildlife management industry from that time until now. He's done a lot of land monitoring, work with land monitoring techniques, and he's an incredible resource that I'm really excited about being able to work with. And you can sure see on this ranch what his management and expertise has allowed the Teagues to accomplish, as well as with their own management capabilities. But the other thing I would like to point out, this is an incredible opportunity that the Teagues have offered to us in offering this ranch to the land board while there is a planning lease for an incredible upside opportunity with renewable energy upside that in place right now. That's unheard of as far as I'm aware. I mean, I honestly don't know that I can think of an example I've ever heard of where a landowner is willing to sell a ranch with that kind of upside. So I think this is a rare opportunity and one that we can commend and thank the Teagues for offering to us. The ranch is located in Morgan County, just to the southwest of Fort Morgan. And as I say, it's 24,082 acres. So this is a ranch the size of Lowry Ranch, essentially. This provides a map of the ranch and its proximity. Fort Morgan is the blue dot blob up in the right-hand corner of the map. As you can see, the ranch, which is in red, the ranch hugs the farmland along the northeast portion of the valley. I-76 is just to the north of the ranch. Bijou Creek runs right along the west side of the property, providing some good wildlife habitat. The green sections that are showing on this map indicate the state land trust sections, which would be part of the Teague Ranch, which would be included in the Teague Ranch should we make this acquisition. And again, this is a well-accessed, easily accessed ranch. You can see a county road running down through the center of the ranch, and then there's also roads along the south that provide easy accessibility. Commissioners, I could go, there's a long list of benefits and upside to this ranch, in my opinion, but one of the highlights to me are that this ranch, given the proximity, the location of the ranch, this does fill a gap in our portfolio. We do not have any large standalone ranches in the northeast part of the state. And the Northeast is consistently the part of the our state where we get the highest and most competitive bids. It's a property that after the 10 years, the agreement we have with the Teagues, this ranch, when it does go for competitive bid, will be very competitive, I would say. It's a large property with very good access in multiple ways, and it's, as I said, very close to Fort Morgan, which is a plus. The area this ranch is in, as the Northeast is in general, is a good precip area, and this certainly, this sand country, when it's taken care of, it responds, and this land certainly has. As I said, even in a dry year, this ranch looks amazing. And the utilization, again, given the management that is in place, this ranch has very efficient coverage and utilization of the forage because of the water resource that Teagues have put in place on this ranch. There's no additional capital required on this property. It's ready to go day one. And again, the renewable upside, I think, is a tremendous plus to our possible acquisition of this property. It is both wind and solar. As it's been stated, there's a planning lease in place on the ranch already. They're doing the studies to make sure that the wind energy is there that they need. So I think, you know, it's a good likelihood and certainly a good upside for us. And again, the professional management that shows in this ranch is from top to bottom. The forage base, the quality of the land is the shape of the land, the condition of the land. There's some incredible fence line opportunities to see different management on this ranch that we noticed in a few places, and it's a stark difference. And again, the purchase is with a lease back for 10 years. The Teagues have requested this. That's part of their deal. And honestly, we're getting a great partner with a superior management in this deal. The grazing and recreation income is what is in place at this point, and the Teagues have the lease rate that they have offered on a 10-year lease is a very competitive one. Their grazing lease is 30% that they've offered is 30% above our standard tier 1 rate. So, they're paying us a very, very fair rate on this deal. There's no lease up risk. It's ready day one and leased day one. The wildlife and the hunting opportunities are quite positive on this ranch. Mr. Teague told me they normally harvest 5 mule deer bucks a year, and those are big mule deer bucks that they're harvesting off this ranch every year, generally. The wild turkey hunting, pheasant hunting, and dove hunting is also good on the property. There is a greater prairie chicken population on the ranch that is a good one and stable. And there are also pronghorn, whitetail, and many other species. It's a species and wildlife-rich property. The improvements that are on the ranch include a 4-bedroom, 3-bath home, which is in good condition. There are a small set of holding corrals near the home and a round horse corral. And then you get into the guts of what really make this ranch work. There are 20 water wells on this property, 20, and then 38 stock tanks that provide water to 52 pastures that they use in their rotational grazing system. And of course, most of the tanks are put together with the pipeline systems that they've put in place. And then the fence is all either barbed wire or electric fence. The improvements are all in good to new condition. And again, it speaks to the management on this property. This map, I think, will help give you an indication of how they've set this ranch up and how they've ensured that they can gain the type of efficient forage consumption and utilization on this property. The blue eye drops, if you will, are the water wells. The blue lines are the water pipelines, and of course they would have the tanks, you know, scattered out throughout those lines, attached to most of them. Some of them are just individual tanks on a water well, but most of them are on the pipelines. And then the yellow lines are the fence lines that separate the ranch into the rotational grazing units. The other thing I would mention, the Teagues have told us that they have some ongoing projects that are still ongoing. They already have the infrastructure purchased, and they've got a little over a mile of water pipeline that they're still planning to put in, 4 new water tanks in new locations, and they're going to also replace 6 water tanks, old water tanks, with new tanks. And they're going to do all of that at their own cost. It's not going to cost the land board anything. It's part of the deal. I think that speaks volumes to the kind of partner that we're possibly getting into this opportunity with, should the board approve this. The innovative range management that goes along, I've already gone there. Their stewardship is exemplary and top quality. And part of that, of course, I think is what Greg Simons brings to the table. That this is a team that's really been a successful team. It's obvious on the ground. Greg is what he's doing that also I find very exciting is Greg is now working on remote sensing technology to use satellite imagery to be able to look at soil and health resiliency, carbon storage, and just the overall health of the land, and also to be able to use the satellite imagery that we have, you know, in most places for years. He's able to truth that and then go back and be able to see the difference as time has gone on. I think to me, this is a very exciting opportunity for us. I think the carbon credit markets are going to be a market that will be something the land board can look at down the road. There's a lot of work going on with the native ranges and how much carbon storage they can hold and capture long term. And Greg is poised to be someone I think that we could use and utilize to help look at on other properties that we have and be able to be ready for that if we choose to do so. Commissioners, as you understand the value of the ranch and the price was discussed with you in executive session. And this is, we have a small window to be able to do this in, and if this passes, we will have a fair amount of money that's swept in May. And I would just like to reiterate, I think the opportunities, the multiple potential upsides of the renewable resource opportunities, the regenerative management opportunities that we could see and learn from on this ranch, as well as possibly scale to other properties that the land board owns as well, is to me a tremendous upside and one that we shouldn't discount. I'd just like to quickly go back through a summary of what we've gone through. This is a standalone operation. It's well managed and it's ready to go. And it's an operation that's a standalone property that's in the right part of the state to add to our portfolio. It would also, I would mention, in my opinion, come into our portfolio and immediately be one of the premier ranches in that portfolio from day one. This is high quality rangeland that's well located near Fort Morgan in the Northeast. The water resources are tremendous. They allow very equal, efficient utilization of the entire property. There's no additional capital required up front. As I said, the lease rates that they have offered are very competitive, 30% above our average, our standard, tier 1. There's no leasing risk. Renewable energy revenue upside potential. and it allows us to utilize NSE funds that will otherwise be swept. So with that, I would like to just say that staff recommends that the board authorize the use of non-simultaneous exchange funds to acquire the 24,082 acre Teague Ranch in Morgan County at the price discussed in executive session. The acquisition will be subject to a 10-year agriculture and recreation lease back to the current owner. And with that, I'd open it up for discussion or any questions that you might have.
Would you say this is a strong recommendation or a mild recommendation? I'm kidding.
I'd say it's pretty strong, Commissioner.
I'm kidding.
Honestly, I'm not kidding. I don't know that I've ever in my lifetime, not here at the land board, known of an opportunity that gives you this much potential upside that we've been offered. I mean, to me, it's quite an opportunity. Yeah. Thanks to the Teagues for being gracious enough to do it.
Yeah. Thanks for your presentation. Any
Thank you. Questions
for William? I might just refresh me. The funding for this NSE is from the NSE. Is that correct? And so one of the part of our decision is how we, at least from my perspective, is how do we feel about our alternative there is we have three. We could expend it on this asset, hold and wait for another asset possibly. Three, let the allocated funds expire and swept into the permanent fund. But I recall our visit up in this area of Colorado, and it just I just remember it being very lush and just excellent land. But, commissioners, comments?
Commissioner Shaw, I think it's an amazing opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioner Scanlon?
I agree, and I'm glad we're talking about something so positive.
Me too.
I do too, and I'd like to hear from the Teagues.
Before we do that, let me allow Commissioner Carney to weigh in.
Yep. No, I agree. I just wanted to see, maybe we've been talking about plans going forward with solar and different things. So what is as a staff, what is the plans or the outlook going forward on purchasing ranches? Is this kind of get us where we need to be, or are we just continuing to do that?
Commissioner, this is Greg Okish, Assistant Director. I think we will continue to look for opportunities. I think Commissioner Butterworth really hit it on the head when he said it will be up to you to decide whether these opportunities are worthwhile or you prefer to see NSE funds go to other sources. But staff is continuing to look for really good opportunities, and when we find them, we will bring them to the board.
Yeah, thank you. I see Mr. and Mrs. Teague are with us. Thanks for joining us. Any thoughts or comments from you all?
Good afternoon. Laura Teague, Fort Morgan, Colorado, for the record. We have really worked hard to develop this place. We put it together from a lot of different little parcels. I think I have the original land abstracts, maybe 1,000 of them, I'm not sure. And of course, we didn't buy 1,000, but it's been put together from that type of source. And so when we bought each parcel, each one had a little issue or a little problem or a lot of management that needed to occur. And we're very proud of the job that we have, we put them together, and we've really made it a single ecosystem, and it really will, it's very productive. And we also are members of our community that we also have a feed yard and a farming operation that's contiguous to the ranch, and that's one reason why we can utilize the forage so well is we do, and we are willing, and we have the capabilities to get cows off the forage when they need to come off. And so I think you will continue to get that benefit if you would decide to purchase the ranch. And I think there's a lot of other benefits you'd get from us as well.
Yeah, this is Gary Teague, Fort Morgan. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. We're excited about the possibility of doing something with the state. You know, we raised 3 children here in Colorado. But we love the way of life. We love Northeast Colorado. Our kids benefited from it incredibly. We're to the point in time in our life where we're starting to do some estate planning. Each of the children have different paths. Part of them want to be here and be involved, and others want to be in other locations. And so as we were going through those conversations, you know, it came about, well, what do we want to accomplish? And obviously part of that is to take our wealth and divide it up amongst the children. A possible sale like this allows us to do that. But the other thing that we feel very strongly about is, you know, our kids are who they are because of how they were raised here. And we kind of want to share that opportunity. You know, they understand livestock and they understand taking care of the environment and wildlife because of how they're raised. And we think this is an opportunity to share that with other people. We're also very proud of the job that we do on the ground. And we think there is an opportunity with our expertise and some of the people that we work with to maybe overlay that on other properties and maybe assist other producers become more profitable. And it kind of fits with what we want to do. The last thing I will talk about is this renewable energy deal is quite a big deal. You know, when we negotiated this planning lease, it was a little bit challenging for us, if you want to know the truth, because here we are on the ground. We know it's going to have an impact, but we also think it's a very positive thing for Colorado. And so when we started talking about possibly working with the state land board, it kind of came full circle a little bit, because we're a little bit, we understand the value of renewables, and we think it certainly brings something to our state and our country. At the same time, it's hard for us to sign a renewable lease, if you want to know the truth. We're cow guys. We like managing the cows and taking care of the land. We think this is a very compatible use. There's also a lot of interest in doing joint solar. You know, we're told today that a lot of wind projects work better with solar attached to them, and there's been just tremendous potential to want to do that. We're not prepared to sign a solar lease, but we think there's potential for that. And we, you know, those are things that we think other people with more intelligence than we have should make those decisions. We want to be the guys that manage the ag on the ground and help other people do a good job. And so anyway, we're here, we're excited about it. We'll try to answer any of your questions. We view this as a win-win for everyone involved.
Absolutely. Well, thank you both for being here and for thinking about working with us as you're thinking about the next phase of this range. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure William could have been any more effusive of, of how you've treated the land and cared for the land. That's for sure. So hope you feel good about that. Other comments? Commissioner?
I would, pardon me. This is
Commissioner Heath. Yeah.
I would just second what others have said about how much we appreciate your setting an example, not only for contemporary people, but for future generations, about how you can maintain the land and raise a family and be stewards of land and agriculture. So I just want to add my congratulations on really proving that this can be a job that can be done well.
All right. Are there any other members of any of our attendees who wish to make comment on this item? We have a dwindling audience, Nick. All right.
No hands raised.
Yeah, I see no hand raised. So At this time, I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Heath?
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at our regular meeting today, March 10th, 2021, we determined it's in the best interest of the trust to approve the acquisition of the 24,082-acre Teague Ranch located in Morgan County with non-simultaneous exchange funds not to exceed the purchase price discussed in our executive session. The acquisition will be subject to a 10-year agriculture and recreation leaseback as discussed in the public session. We delegate authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision today.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Heath.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Any further discussion? All right, if in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. If opposed, say no. Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, William. Thank you, Teagues. We look forward to continuing to work with you.
We'd
Thank
love
you
to
very
have
much.
you out anytime. If you have a retreat or something here, that would be great.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we can get out. My time is dwindling. All right, our next item, 2F Military Lands Policy, tab 11, Mr. Okish.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Are you seeing my slides on your screen?
Yeah, you're in.
You're not in presentation mode.
Right.
There you go.
So good afternoon, Greg Okish, Assistant Director. And we have a guest on the phone, Keith Klain, who you all met a year ago. I'd like to remind you that 1 year ago this meeting, we were out in the field in Colorado Springs, just hearing about COVID, and then we haven't seen each other in person since. So I guess this sort of brings a little bit of a bow to that. When we met a year ago, we were talking about military lands in proximity to state trust land. We heard from the military. We visited Triever Air Force Base. We heard some things about how certain kinds of development adjacent or near military installations could interfere with the mission. And we agreed that we would try to develop a policy or some procedures to ensure that the Department of Defense is provided with notice of any proposed changes of use or ownership of state trust land in proximity to military installations, and also in association below military airspace. So a lot of this policy is, as you read it, is really about notice and cooperation. As I mentioned, in late 2019, we became aware of this issue for the first time. It was the result of a land exchange that we did outside of Schriever, and then the new owner began to go down the road towards development. That development was of a concern to the military. That got us, they contacted us. We entered into a discussion and learned quite a bit about the kinds of uses that could interfere with the military mission. I mentioned in March 2020, we had a board tour and a discussion. And at that time, you asked us to explore the use of perhaps MOUs, Memorandum of Understandings with the individual facilities. And as we explored that and spent some of the last year talking about it, we came to the conclusion that a policy was really a better tool. There were a couple of reasons for that. MOUs have a tendency in our organization to, I won't say get lost, but they're not front of mind. They have a higher likelihood perhaps that staff may not be aware of them in the future. I think we're really good with policy, as you've all seen when we write cover sheets, when we look at issues, we constantly refer back to policy to see if there's any guidance we should follow. It also allows us with one document to deal with all of the military installations, and MOUs were going to have to be written individually with 6 or 7 different installations. So anyway, You can push back on that if you don't think this was a good idea, but we're coming to you today with policy because we think it's a more elegant and more workable solution. The policy in front of you specifically identifies at this point, well, first of all, it's based on a state statute, and that was a suggestion that was made early on. Rather than create our own criteria for how we would decide what proximity to a base, what scale of facility installation requires notification, we borrowed from existing state statute, which identified facilities of more than 500 acres, whether they be owned or leased, and within 2 miles of those facilities. And as we sit here today, and I think we're right, as best we can tell, that includes 6 facilities: Fort Carson, Peterson Air Force Base, the Pinyon Canyon Maneuver Site in Las Animas County, the United States Air Force Academy, and the United States Air Force Academy Auxiliary Airfield, a significant part of which is above the Bohart Ranch. The policy as written would affect 98,000 surface acres and 130,000 mineral acres. But I do want to highlight that the largest percentage of that is below Air Force Academy airspace. So if I go back to this slide, you probably recall that we talked about it at our meeting a year ago. These green shapes in the semicircle. Can you see my cursor moving on the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Those green shapes represent the airspace that is really critical to Air Force Academy training, and a large portion of the 2 on the south are immediately above the Bohart Ranch. That is where the majority of this acreage that I just told you about actually occurs. And we are, as you remember, I think from our meeting a year ago, working on some longer term solutions with the Air Force, with the military, in which that Bohart Ranch there may be parties interested in acquiring that ranch using an easement, conservation easement, to permanently protect that land. And if that were to happen, the amount of, we would subsequently sell the ranch to those parties. If that comes to fruition, the amount of acreage actually affected by this policy goes down pretty dramatically. But as we sit here, the policy affects, about 100,000 acres of surface state trust land. So again, what the policy says in broad terms specifically, and again, it follows kind of construct of Colorado House Bill 10/2015. It deals with facilities that are 500 acres or larger. It deals with state trust land within 2 miles of those facilities. And what we are agreeing to is that we would notify the military of planning leases, proposals for leases for new uses or disposals on those properties. We would give them written notice 60 days ahead of any action by the land board, so they would have time to comment and we would have time to consult with them about any modifications to those proposals that might be appropriate or might be necessary on their behalf. We would meet in person with a representative of those bases every 3 years, just to make sure that there's continuity of communication. We will create an inventory in our GIS database and in our Atlas database, so that when staff contemplates an action on any of these parcels, we would get a notification that they're subject to this policy. And as already mentioned, we would meet with base representatives every 3 years. Any requests that may result in the loss of revenue would be brought to the board. So let me explain that for a minute. Let's say we have a change of use or a new lease on a property that's subject to this policy. We consult with the appropriate representatives of the subject base, and they say they have they have no concerns, staff would proceed as we normally do. We'd approve the lease or process it as we normally do. Perhaps they ask that the lease terms be adjusted slightly, but it doesn't result in a reduction of revenue to the board. Staff would, again, if it's within their authority, approve it. But if the request were such that we might forego revenue, or we would reduce the revenue that would normally come to the board, then we will bring it to the board for a final decision. Am I explaining that in a way that makes sense? So with that, staff is, I will say staff is comfortable with this policy. It will be some additional work, but we think it's certainly manageable. And so with that, we recommend the board approve the proposed military lands policy as written in order to support consistency, efficiency, and transparency in decision-making. I do have, I can take questions, comments. If you have questions for Mr. Klain, you're welcome to ask him. And then I do have the text of the actual board order here in its entirety if you'd like to see that.
Good, thank you. Any questions for Greg? Commissioner Heath?
Well, before I begin that, let me just congratulate Mr. Klain on his victory over COVID. I think that was not too long after we last saw you, and wonderful that you had a successful recovery. We're so pleased for you. So I wanted to just ask Greg, in this conversation about policy, I wondered if there was any discussion of reciprocity. It feels like understanding clearly the security concerns, but that there should be some intent that we would have them provide us with any notice of a change of use in a property adjacent to state lands that might affect our use of the land. And I understand their confidentiality concerns for defense, but wherever possible, if there was change of use that would affect us, it feels like that should also be part of this.
There was not any discussion of that. And actually, I would ask Keith to respond because I'm not sure I know enough about how those things work to know if it's feasible or from the military's perspective or not. Keith, you're muted.
You're on mute. And
there we go. I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
All right, very good. That has not been discussed. It's difficult for me to imagine a situation where I could get all the lawyers from all the different services and bases to recommend that their commanders commit to that if it exceeds the existing statute that we're trying to link this policy to in particular. At this point, this has been staffed and looked at all the way to the Secretary of the Air Force level. That is no easy task with the layers of lawyers that there are in between our community and the commander of the Air Force. So in any event, difficult for me to imagine that could easily be done. As a courtesy, I can't imagine that as long as it wasn't something classified, that it would be particularly difficult for us to do, to perhaps agree to, but I guess I would need to get better educated on what sorts of things might negatively impact your operations. And that would vary, of course, from installation to installation or parcel to parcel before I could comment in much more detail on that. But it would make any such agreement like this considerably more difficult to reach for sure.
One of the things we often say is that we're not a regulatory agency and it's up to the local counties to regulate use. And so I'm going to turn that into a question, Keith, for you. If the military were to expand use on any of these bases and any outside the current boundaries, let's say, would they be subject to county regulation? Because if they are, we would have a path to notification just like any other adjacent landowner, I think.
Yeah, it's a really significant process for the military to propose to do what you're suggesting outside the confines of their installation. Amy just messaged me; she's on as well. Reminds me that that NEPA work would have to be done in advance. Very difficult to do anything such as you suggest without involving you guys, particularly if your land is directly impacted. But I don't know of any of the bases that are showing designs of growth in the kind of terms that you're suggesting, growth in mission. But you know, technology is going to drive what kind of missions we can do in the future, and a lot of those are going to be not larger tanks, not faster tanks, not that sort of thing so much that might encroach upon somebody's land, but it's the technologies, the line of sight issues, the listening issues, the wavelength issues, those sorts of things, most of which, at least initially, are highly classified, that are one of our primary concerns when it comes to trying to get this policy in place. You folks have been kind enough to come out and visit a couple of our installations, and you see the long sight lines that there are there. You see the flight training areas that are where they are and why those are important to protect. But it would become infinitely more difficult, or it is infinitely difficult, very difficult for the bases to expand their reach beyond their boundaries without notifying adjoining folks if it's going to encroach upon them in any way. And furthermore, I can't think of a single base that seems to have that sort of an inclination at this point. But if we were to try to capture every potentiality here, this sort of an alignment with state statute would be a many years endeavor to try to align in the fashion that you're proposing.
Commissioner Heath, would you like to, did that end? I'm not sure it satisfied you, but did it answer your question?
Well, you know, if you were, for example, proposing a disposal right next to a state property, I feel like it's not only a courtesy, but our military operations exempt from local zoning authority in the same way that state operations are?
Well, they're on federal property, right? So, yeah, that brings some exemptions to state and local authorities for sure. But I think some of these lands, in fact, probably all of these lands, are very well cared for. The stewardship of them is highly regulated and regulated rather, and monitored. It's difficult for me to imagine a situation such as you described, but certainly I think it's worthy of consideration. I might propose that in lieu of a 3-year check-in, we might do that more frequently.
I was going to ask if that was an appropriate length of time.
To alleviate some of these things, we could probably, given the frequency of turnover on the basis of the senior leadership, it might be appropriate to check in every 12 to 18 to 24 months. Literally, you could have 3 commanders in a 3-year period of time. So I think that might possibly assuage some of your concerns there, and you can ask them directly of anything that they might envision. They have the best available information, obviously, of anything they can envision that would change or impact the folks outside the gate.
Thank you.
I'd just like to speak. Staff would be happy to do it more often if that's the commissioner's preference. We actually started at 2 years, and state land board staff made it 3. I think we can, I want to be able to live up to this policy, and I think as written we can do it. We were a little concerned about our ability to take on scheduling those meetings and getting them done more often. But if you think it's important, we can do that.
Well, and 3 years policy review, that's our standard practice, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
By the way, I apologize. I didn't realize Amy Probsdorfer was on the phone. You all met her, or on the call. You all met her during our tour last year. She's with the Air Force Academy, and if we get her promoted too, I don't know if she may want to participate or not, but I'd like to thank her for her time on this.
Absolutely.
Amy, you are here, so if you'd like to, hello, you are on mute. If you'd like to make any comments, I invite you to do so.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I can't see myself, which is always a little disconcerting. So hopefully I'm not too close. Just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be notified of changes in user ownership. We've worked very closely with Greg over the last year or so to comment on this policy and help develop this policy. So a lot of repeating what Keith has said. You know, this coordination will help us at the Air Force Academy preserve our usable airspace in which we can conduct our flight training missions that directly support our airmanship program at the Academy. You know, in all of our operations, the safety of our pilots and the safety of the community is of utmost importance to us, and we just look forward to collaborating and continuing to educate each other and you know, learn about each other's missions, learn about land use, and, you know, hopefully collaborate and cooperate to deconflict where we can. So I think this policy is a great step in the right direction. We may have a few little details to continue to work out, but really thank the staff and the commissioners for their time and consideration. And I say all this on behalf of Colonel Johnson, who unfortunately had to go to another meeting. He was on earlier. Just speaking for him. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, that was Amy Kelly making comment. Keith, Mr. Klain, any further comment from you?
And I'd just like to, we had some of the commanders on a little earlier, but most of them had to go as the agenda worked its magic here. Very interesting, though, just riveting conversation. Yeah. You know, on their behalf, on the behalf of the commanders and the soldiers and airmen and the guardians, the Space Force guardians who are out there working for us every day on all of our behalf every day, I'd like to thank you for just engaging on these subjects about military lands. It's been very informative for us. We've learned a lot. Hopefully you guys have learned some, and we would hope that we can bring this into the fold here, this policy into the fold, make it consistent with the statute that we deal with on these types of issues on a regular basis that we're all familiar with. This policy aligns that effort, so we'd be grateful for that. The entirety of the State Land Board staff has been very professional and very easy to work with. We've appreciated that. Let's see, what else do I have? I would propose, Greg, that we have a more frequent meeting. I would further propose that we try to align that, if we do it annually or every other year, to do that with the date that you're in Colorado Springs for a meeting, where it's easiest for us to roll out those folks to one of your meetings and have whatever level discussion face-to-face that can be had on any issues that might be of concern either to you folks or to the bases. And I think so long as national security isn't at risk, they'll be quite open in discussing with you what the future might hold for their respective training areas, training requirements, use of their lands. I think they'd be quite open to that.
Okay.
Going forward.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Appreciate your efforts and support, and Ms. Kelly as well. Thank you. I think our policy says we review it no less frequently. Oh, that's a review of the policy, not just a meeting of the. And maybe we can add. Well, I'd ask commissioners, would you like to see formal meetings more frequently than every 3 years?
Easy for us to bring that for the staff to do. But I would think every 2 years would be a good compromise.
Okay. Any other comment or discussion? Greg, I thank you for bringing it to the policy level. I mean, and that's what I appreciate about you and the rest of the team is, you know, we have ideas and we sort of say, you know, here's what we think, but I appreciate that you look through it and come to a more effective solution. So at least in this case.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
So, Commissioner Heath?
Well, I would defer to staff on how frequent we meet. I think if we need it in policy, John's proposal makes sense, but I also understand staff has good many other commitments that we've asked them to do. And so maybe it would be no less than 3 years and more often if necessary.
I like that. That sounds good to me.
Mr. Butterworth, I would submit that should any of you get wind of something that is concerning to you, we have these now established lines of communication, and I'd sure encourage you to use them.
Yeah.
And again, if we can make it as convenient as possible for all concerned, I think that the commands would love to show their face with you and thank you in person for the work that you're doing and answer any questions you have on whatever frequency you feel most comfortable with.
Sure. Thank you.
And on the record, I think a couple of times now the commissioners have said, I'm thinking about this, no less than every 3 years. And I think we mean no more than every 3 years and more often. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're fine with that. And I'm fine with 2 years if you want to do it. I think we can give it a shot. We can always tell you that we didn't make it work.
Yep.
If you say no more than every 3 years, then you would not have meetings on a 2 year or 1 year or 18-month basis. So I think you want to say no less than.
It is no less. Okay. Yeah, I told you I was struggling.
Yeah. All right. Any further comment? Ask for a motion. Commissioner Heath, you're on mute. Or are you not talking to us? She's not talking to us.
Commissioner Carney.
I can make a motion.
All right, Commissioner Scanlon.
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony at our regular meeting of March 10, 2021, the board determines it's in the interest of the trust to approve the proposed military lands policy 200-011. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with this decision.
Moved by Commissioner Scanlon, second by Commissioner Carney. Any further comment? Roll call vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath. Mute. Was that an aye? Thumbs up.
I'm having trouble here.
Oh, there you go.
I'm on.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Shaw.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are beyond what we had said would be the wrap up. Hopefully we can move through these by 3:30. Commissioners, am I going to lose anybody prior to 3:30? Okay. All right. Next item, policy review, cropland leasing.
Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out how to stop sharing. Here we go.
And we have Mike Pollard, tab 12. Mike? Okay. If I recall, there were very minor tweaks to this policy. Is that correct?
It is correct. I'll pinch hit for Mike till he gets on. It is correct. I think they were entirely what I would call administrative. They referred to the current strat plan. They were updated from a format standpoint to be consistent with developments we've made in policies over the last 3 years. There was no content change to policy.
Nothing material, no material
No.
change.
And the only thing I would highlight is that the policy requires that you look at the policy rate formula every 3 years. And once our plan or intention is that we'll bring the formula to you either next month or the month after, but you'll see that shortly.
Okay. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to make comment on this? We're down to 15. All right. Any questions from commissioners? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the revisions to the cropland lease policy 300-006.
So move.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Shaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Further discussion? All in, if in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0. All right. Next item, 2H board lease, March board leasing agenda, tab 13. Alicia?
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is, for the record, Alicia Hawthorne with the Transactions and Record Services team. This is the March 2021 board leasing agenda. We have 3 items. All are recreation leases. 2 are competitive bids, and 1 is a new recreation lease. And I'll take any questions that you may have.
Any questions? No. Any members of the public? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the March 2021 board leasing agenda.
I move to the board approve the March 2021 board leasing agenda as presented today and consistent with our information on our board book.
Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. Second by Commissioner Heath. Further discussion? We'll take a vote. If in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Commissioner Shaw?
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon?
Aye.
Commissioner Carney?
Aye.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Any changes, edits, issues with the minutes? We'll approve those by acclamation, and that takes us through our final action items on to information items. And we've got Julie Majors, 3A, tab 15, commercial portfolio property management contract. Hello, Julie, good to see you.
Hello, good to see you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to share my screen. I do have a really quick PowerPoint for you guys this afternoon. So yes, I am here to give the board some information on some recent activity that staff has taken in the commercial portfolio. Sorry, Julie Majors with the real estate section. Haven't done this in a while. So just to refresh, the board does own several commercial properties throughout the Front Range, with one outlier in Eagle County or Avon, Colorado. That equates to 13 properties. There's about 609,000 square feet of mixed use. You have office, retail, and warehouse. That makes up about 87 tenants currently. Those 87 tenants generate about $10 million in gross revenue for the board. And most of that revenue is made up through 4 office buildings that you see here. So in order to collect those revenues, pay our operating expenses, and maintain these buildings, the board does hire a third-party property management company. The current property management company's contract expires in a couple of weeks, March 22nd, 2021. So in October, staff went out to the market to solicit a request for proposals from property management firms here in the metro area. In December, we received 4 qualified proposals. And in January, a 5 staff member selection committee chose Rise ISG. Rise ISG is partnering with Low Enterprise, which is a multi-million-dollar global real estate investment firm. They are operating as Hospitality at Work. So unanimously, the 5-member team selected Hospitality at Work because of their professional team, their communication tools, which we felt were very robust, especially during a pandemic, and their tenant retention and commitment to tenant satisfaction. So there are some other, there's other information in your packet regarding our process, but that's what we wanted to let you know, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Any questions? All good? Commissioner Shaw?
No, I think she's done a great job of selecting the right group.
Great. It's good to hear.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you very much.
Next item, our NSC fund balance. Matt LaFontaine, tab 16.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt LaFontaine, Acquisition and Disposition Manager. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an update to the board on the balance and the sources and uses of NSC funds over the past fiscal year to date, and to seek the board's feedback on staff's proposed investments and investment hurdles. As a reminder for the board and for the benefit of the public's understanding, whenever the State Land Board disposes of land, it has the option to initiate a non-simultaneous exchange, with the sale being the first part. The board then has 2 years to complete the exchange through the purchase of other real property, or generally speaking, the funds will roll into the permanent fund. Alternatively, the board may direct the proceeds from a sale are directed immediately into the permanent fund instead of going through the non-simultaneous exchange process. Typically, I bring this item to the board once a year in or around July. However, with our fund expiration schedule, we moved the item forward this year. Sorry about that. Accordingly, the values presented here are for the 8 months since July 2020 or the fiscal year to date. Over the past fiscal year to date, the board was a net buyer of real property, acquiring approximately $6.1 million of property while disposing of approximately $2 million of land, the net effect being a pickup of $4.1 million. Acquisitions since July have been led by ranch and land deals, with the board acquiring the San Arroyo Ranch in Adams County, Bretchlaw Farm in Bent County, and the lands associated with the Cottonwood and Badger Hills land for land exchanges in Sedgwick and Pueblo counties, respectively. Further, the board acquired multiple water rights, including shares in the Fort Lyon Canal Company and the Morgan Pruitt Reservoir Company. The board did not complete any improvements-only acquisitions, nor did it acquire commercial or parking properties. On the disposal front, the board completed the disposals of the Mogote parcels in Conejos County, the Alamosa school site directly to Alamosa County, the Routt County small parcel disposal tracts, and the lands associated with the North Masters, Cottonwood, and Badger Hills exchanges in Weld, Sedgwick, and Pueblo counties. After taking into account these transactions, the board's NSE balance of available redeployable funds is $25.6 million. When I provide these periodic updates to the board, I also provide an update on the 2-year expiring fund schedule. Let me orient you real quick on this chart. On the left-hand side, we have dollars expiring. On the right-hand side of the chart, we have cumulative expirations, and along the bottom is month and year. As you can see, the notable expirations are May 2021, March 2022, and May 2022. This does not take into account the effects of the NSC expenditure from the Fort Morgan Ranch acquisition that was approved today. So following last year's presentation, staff has been actively pursuing new investments in several areas, including what we call accretive agricultural, where we look for opportunities for the board to add value to existing holdings by blocking up land, aggregating title, or unlocking recreation potential by acquiring ranch headquarters and improvements. Staff has also continued to pursue water investments, believing that water is likely to become an increasingly scarce commodity, making it harder to acquire in the future and leading to above average price appreciation. With its sizable land holdings, the board has the opportunity to immediately put to productive use any water it acquires. And finally, land banking and path of development opportunities. Given the board's extremely long investment horizon, staff believes it is well suited to realize long-term pricing appreciation of lands due to annexation or adjacent development or redevelopment. And we've continued to search for opportunities that provide a small interim income and are ripe for long-term value appreciation. So as mentioned, NSE funds may either be redeployed within the 2-year window or directed to the permanent fund. Staff's opinion is that both of these 2 scenarios can result in favorable outcomes for the trust. Through placement in real property investments, the board can shoot to achieve higher investment returns or achieve other board goals, but it may require that the board accept greater risk to its capital in doing so. By allowing NSE funds to expire, the permanent fund can be actively grown, and the reinvestment can target a passive return without the risks inherent in discrete real property investment. In order to ensure that staff continues to bring deals to the board that are in line with the board's expectations, staff has created these preliminary investment hurdles against which new deals will be underwritten. In the leftmost column, you have the investment category, so agricultural through commercial. And the center column, stabilized annual dividend, or our effectively our cash on cash return. And in the rightmost column, our target annual appreciation. You'll see that these categories track what was displayed on the previous slide, with the exception that we've added commercial back into our underwriting mix. With the effects of COVID and the uncertainty surrounding that aspect of the investment market, we kind of put a little bit of a foot on the brake in searching for and sourcing those deals. However, staff believes there will be opportunities in the midterm future. So I'd like to clarify that these are values against which we'll judge investments. This would be the kind of the minimum hurdles that we look to meet or exceed prior to bringing to the board. And at this time, I would seek any questions or feedback from the commissioners.
Thank you, Matt. And to just be clear, you reported 25 million, but we just made a significant commitment.
That's correct, and that chart did not include new deposits. Specifically, we anticipate closing on our Bannock property this summer and receiving $15 million in exchange for that.
Oh, okay. But that's we eat up the older NSC, and then our 2-year clock starts.
That's correct.
At that time. So, Director Ryan, did you have a?
Well, I would also add that the Wilson Mesa could be added to this account, and As Greg said earlier, if you viewed Wilson Mesa and T Ranch, you've got a very valuable asset that earns nothing, and we can redeploy that into an asset that is achieving a lot of our goals and earns a pretty good yield. So, yeah.
All right. Any questions for Matt? Appreciate the update. That's good to see. I like seeing the graph and all in the various dynamics. So great. Thank you, Matt. All right. Our last item, staff report. Bill, anything?
Thanks, commissioners.
Yeah.
I highlighted the LEAP initiative that we discussed in executive session earlier today, but I will say publicly that I appreciated your all's thoughts and suggestions here, and I have a 4 o'clock call today with Doug Vilsack and Kerry Kennedy to make sure we're navigating the politics of inviting some of the sponsors to a special meeting with our board in the next couple of weeks. I don't think we're trying to have a press conference or upbraid them or anything, but I do think we would like an opportunity to personally express to them that while the proposal itself may be great, the proposed funding source has some destructive implications for the school trust and our fiduciary duties to that trust. Did I capture that correctly? And does anyone want to, while we're on the record, correct anything I may have just missaid?
Well,
Commissioner Heath.
Yes. Because we are just beginning to discuss this, I think I should just state on the record that this is a proposal that raises significant issues for me as a commissioner. And I'd like to just state that so that we're on record, or I'm on record as saying that as it exists now, this is not an acceptable proposal that I could support.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Also in the staff report, I noted, and Commissioner Scanlon, please jump in, that the Permanent Fund Investment Board voted to alter its asset allocation targets. Historically, we've had 20% equity and 80% bonds. We voted to increase the equities from 20 to 30 and add another component of high yield bonds to the bond side of the portfolio, taking that from 5% to 10%. I've mentioned this earlier, but let me again do this on the record, that there are two things that constrain our ability to more aggressively invest into equities. The first is the statutory requirement that the permanent fund throw off the minimum of $21 million a year for the School Finance Act. And so in order to make sure we achieve that, we carry a disproportionate level of fixed income instruments. The second problem is a constitutional consideration. There is a constitutional provision that says in the event that the permanent fund has realized losses for more than a year, those need to be made up by the general fund. Nobody wants us to end up in a situation where that could occur, but a scenario in which it would be if one component of the portfolio dropped in value precipitously and you got out of balance with the investment policy that was passed by the board, the permanent fund board, you could be in a scenario where you needed to sell another piece at a loss in order to generate the funds to rebalance the portfolio. Because that would normally be a pretty easy change to make because there would be money flowing into the permanent fund from land board operating revenues. The LEAP proposal, however, and currently it's House Bill 1418, and then prospectively it's the LEAP proposal, both strip any operating revenues from going to the permanent fund and therefore deprive us of a source of funds to handle that rebalancing. So those two things conspire to be sort of the tail wagging the dog on the asset allocation for the Permanent Fund Investment Board. Commissioner Scanlon, you serve on that board as well. You're a representative there. Is there anything you'd like to add
No,
to that discussion?
I think you summed it up really well, and I think we've taken a small step in the right direction. But we have some structural issues that Bill's articulated that still, I think, with the prospect of LEAP happening, we really need to confront in a different way.
Other thoughts on that, or further in the staff report, we mentioned that a lot of the state is still in extreme drought. Pray for snow this weekend, but even that's not going to be enough. It'll help, but it's not going to be enough. We gave you an update on forested trust lands. I don't know if there are any questions on that. The State Forest Service does a nice job managing that, and there is certainly heightened attention to forest management coming in this legislative session, both at the state and federal level, given the catastrophic fires from last year. Finally, just a cool note. One of the, I get excited about the land board because we're always involved in so many things, and so many cool things go on here. But Mindy put a note in here that we had had some archaeologists and paleontologists conduct some property surveys, and they found some really cool dinosaur tracks and fossils. And so, we're working with groups to make sure that we preserve that and take care of those artifacts. But just one more interesting thing that goes on with land board property.
Great.
That's all I have, and I'm the only thing between you and I hope it's happy hour for everybody. You've all earned it.
What day is the meeting next month?
It is April.
I think it's the 14th, and that I was just going to let
April
folks know.
14th.
Yeah, I also reached out to Bill. I cannot be there. We canceled our trip to Hawaii last year this month, and it's been rescheduled. Hopefully, there's a little bit of a process to get there. Hopefully, we will be taking off that same day, so I won't be able to join you.
You're just leading up to my problem. I've got the same thing. I'm going to be in Mexico.
Oh, okay.
Well, we won't have an executive session next month.
Can we?
And we have an important item that I'll bet Greg is just about to say, which is on the Chico Basin lease.
Well, I was just going to say, can we move the meeting? We've got the Chico Basin lease, we've got Lowry, and we've got Lahara.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Let me check exactly the dates I'm calling.
Well, if there's any possibility of moving this, we randomly picked those dates a year ago, but here we are. I would really appreciate being able to be on. I don't want to leave you all alone either.
How about April 7th, which is a week earlier? It's Wednesday.
That's totally fine.
That works with me.
Nope, I just lost Commissioner Heath on that one.
And Carney.
Okay.
What about the 21st?
Oh no, I'm still in Hawaii, but thank you. We'll fly back till the 25th.
What if we did it in the afternoon?
Yeah.
What if we came to you?
Yeah,
there you go.
If we could at least have 4 commissioners, I was just wondering if we moved it, depending on Commissioner Shaw's schedule, to the 13th or something, if that would solve the problem. But
I can do the 13th.
I think I can.
I can. That's 4.
Yep, I can.
Okay.
What?
The 13th.
You said no?
No, I'm a no on the 13th.
Oh, okay.
I'm a no on the 13th.
Well,
12th?
may
We
have to carry
canceled our trip to Hawaii and made other travel plans based around the land board times.
Oh, you were
Yeah.
better than me.
The,
Could we maybe do a doodle poll or something after this? and
Yeah.
Just see if there's any
Yeah.
date that works.
we've got a bunch of important things that we really need to get done with this board intact. Because this board turns over in June. And so we need to wrap up the Chico Basin. And then we have proposals from 2 outside groups that deal with our Lahara and our Lowry properties. That,
And in a perfect world, we're back with Wilson Mesa.
and we'd love to have that.
So hold on. I can come back for the 13th. Did you say it worked for everybody?
Does not work for me.
Works for 4th.
Then you're right, a doodle poll offline.
Okay.
I'm the 12th through the 24th. I'm out.
12 to 24, Christine, sorry, Commissioner Scanlon, you're out the
14th to the 25th.
Let me,
That's
not the 11th to the 24th.
Shaw is 11 to 24, and Heath.
I'm gone April 1 till I could make it the 12th or the 12th. And then I leave again on, shoot, let me look and see where that is. Anyway, the end of that month.
I know it's a little early, but I could even look at that last week of March.
I know I can't do that. But offline and I'll have all my dates.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Everyone's traveling and doing stuff.
Finally.
Connie and I are just sitting here. We got nothing. Sure, whatever date. It's the same day as yesterday, as it was a month ago.
It's Groundhog Day for us. We got to keep doing it till we get it right.
Summit County was able to change some of their vaccine requirements, so I got vaccinated last Friday.
Oh, right. So
I'm
you're
feeling
off.
better about my travel prospects.
Nice.
I've been vaccinated, so.
All right. Well,
Either Gary or Bill, I'm sorry, I had to step away for a part of the conversation on one of the properties, and I need some information that I think I missed. So afterwards, could you just fill me in? I'm sorry, I had to step away for a few minutes.
I'll stay on the call here with you if you'd like, Commissioner.
so it sounds like we got to do some work. We may have a LEAP ballot initiative meeting possibly, and then we have to finalize a date for the April meeting.
Okay.
So I'll just say thank you, Bill and staff, and I know a lot of work goes into it, and certainly I know there are frustrations when it doesn't go as planned necessarily, but I do appreciate that the 5 commissioners, I do believe, are very thoughtful about the process and want to ensure that we get to the right decision as opposed to moving too quickly. So
You all make us better. Thank you for your feedback.
And you all make us better.
Yeah, indeed. Exactly.
thank you, Tracy, Barb, and Kim.
Yep. Thank you.
And I
Commissioner
guess
Heath will
I'll
stay
say
on.
thank you, Ed.
Appreciate you
Thank
all.
you, Ed. Thanks, Nick. I'll stay on for a second.
Okay, good. And I think
how
for the